as early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your view, that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And do you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point I left. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office, and caught up with me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his associates had brought had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would,
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
and I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct?
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures, and to create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud sufficient. Fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion?
It's fair to say that I agree with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the president said something like, well, we could get to the bottom, some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department seized the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and I'm not going to seize any machines. And that was that.
Yeah.
But this wasn't the end of the matter. On the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the president's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately, but it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should be appointed to anything.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipollone again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached the conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this, on a broader scale, a bad idea for the country?
To have the federal government seize voting machines, that's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority to do that. And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, I don't understand why we even have to tell you why that's a bad idea for the country. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipollone told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, that to me it's sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims, and people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence.
As White House counsel, it wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bennie, on December 28, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Carrick did not mince any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Carrick wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Carrick and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign.
There's some very, very general documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges as far as saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner. But it was to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election fraud. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but
right
from his aides before the crowd came running?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly or Hirschman that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized, okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the Overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice, and so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claiming the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and ISP who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate?
Sure.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues, where's the
a variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something like, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
But Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed. And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipollone, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you get people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm going to categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point I had it with him. So I yelled back. Either come over or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Oval? They call that the yellow oval?
Yes, exactly, the yellow Oval Office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight. Here are text messages sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting. As you can see, Ms. Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke up after midnight during the early morning of December 19. Cassidy Hutchinson captured the moment of Mark Meadows escorting Rudy Giuliani off the White House grounds to, quote, make sure he didn't wander back into the mansion. Certain accounts of this meeting indicate that President Trump actually granted Ms. Powell's security clearance and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipollone if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipollone said yes. And then the president said, okay, I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up, was when Cipollone and/or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here is how Pat Cipollone described it.
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed to. Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view when I left the meeting, but she may have a different view and others may have a different view and the president may have a different view.
Were any steps taken, including the president himself, telling her she'd been appointed?
Again, I'm not going to get into what the president said in the meeting. My recollection is you're not appointed till steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said or said he wanted.
Mr. Cipollone, when the matter continued to flare up over the next several days, was it your understanding that Sidney Powell was still seeking an appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
Now that you mention it, probably both. In terms of I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to, get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation. In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election, before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their permit to January 6th, 2 weeks before. This rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually speak. The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of Trump supporters, registered wildprotest.com, named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation to Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, other key Trump supporters, including far-right media personalities, began promoting the wild protest on January 6th.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
And now Donald Trump is calling on his supporters to descend on Washington, D.C., January 6th.
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers.
We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol. You know, we know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand. And it's a time when he has specifically called on his supporters to arrive in D.C. That's something that may actually be the big push Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wave, bitch. Red wave. There's going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest. It's going to be wild. And based on what we've already seen from the previous events, I think Trump is absolutely correct.
Motherfucker, you better look outside. You better look out January 6th. Kick that fucking door open. Look down the street. There's going to be 1 million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over. The time for action is now. Where were you when history called? Where were you when you and your children's destiny and future was on the line?
In that clip, you heard one of Trump's supporters predict a red wedding, which is a pop culture reference to mass slaughter. But the point is that Trump's call to Washington reverberated powerfully and pervasively online. The committee has interviewed a former Twitter employee who explained the effect that Trump had on the Twitter platform. This employee was on the team responsible for platform and content moderation policies on Twitter throughout 2020 and 2021. The employee testified that Twitter considered adopting a stricter content moderation policy after President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by from the lectern at the September 29th presidential debate. But Twitter chose not to act. Here's the former employee, whose voice has been obscured to protect their identity, discussing Trump's stand back and stand by comment and the effect it had.
My concern was that the former president, for seemingly the first time, was speaking directly to extremist organizations and giving them directives. We had not seen that sort of direct communication before. And that concerned me.
So just to clarify further, you were worried, and others on Twitter were worried, that the president might use your platform to speak directly to folks who might be incited to violence?
Yes. I believe that Twitter relished in the knowledge that they were also the favorite and most used service of the former president, and enjoyed having that sort of power within the social media ecosystem.
If President Trump were anyone else, would it have taken until January 8th, 2021 for him to be suspended?
Absolutely not. If the former President Donald Trump were any other user on Twitter, he would have been permanently suspended a very long time ago.
Despite these grave concerns, Trump remained on the platform completely unchecked. Then came the December 19 tweet and everything it inspired. Indeed,
it felt as if a mob was being organized, and they were gathering together their weaponry and their logic and their reasonings behind why they were prepared to fight prior to December 19th. Again, it was vague. It was non-specific, but very clear that individuals were ready, willing, and able to take up arms. After this tweet on December 19th, again, it became clear not only were these individuals ready and willing, but the leader of their cause was asking them to join him in this cause and in fighting for this cause in DC on January 6th as well. I will also say what shocked me was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were a lot of the locked and loaded, stand back, stand by, those tweets were in response to Donald Trump saying things like this, right? So there would be a response that said, big protests in DC on January 6th, be there, be wild, and someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag in DC on January 6th for his supporters to come and rally.
And you were concerned about the potential for this gathering becoming violent?
Absolutely.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call. One user asked, is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there? Another asserted, Trump just told us all to come armed. Fucking A, this is happening. A third took it even further. It will be wild means we need volunteers for the firing squad. Jim Watkins, the owner of 8kun, the fringe online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement, confirmed the importance of Trump's tweet.
Why did you first decide to go to DC for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought a ticket and went.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been indicted for their involvement in the attack on the Capitol also responded. One of them posted on the 19th, quote, calling all patriots, be in Washington, D.C., January the 6th. This wasn't organized by any group. DJT has invited us, and it's going to be wild. Some of the online rhetoric turned openly homicidal and white nationalist, such as, why don't we just kill them, every last Democrat, down to the last man, woman, and child? And it's time for the day of the rope. White revolution is the only solution. Others realized that police would be standing in the way of their effort to overturn the election. So one wrote, "I'm ready to die for my beliefs. Are you ready to die, police?" Another wrote on the Donald.win, "Cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood." The Donald.win was an openly racist and anti-Semitic forum. The Select Committee deposed that site's founder, Jody Williams. He confirmed how the president's tweet created a laser-like focus on the date of January the 6th.
People have been talking about going to D.C. as soon as the election was over.
And do you recall whether or not the conversation around those dates centered on the 6th after the president's tweet?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, after it was announced that, he was going to be there on the 6th to talk, yes. Then anything else was kind of shut out, and it was just going to be on the 6th.
Okay. And that was pretty clearly reflected in the content on the site?
Yeah, sure.
On that site, many shared plans and violent threats. "Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels," wrote one user. A commenter replied, suggesting zip ties instead. One post encouraged others to come with body armor, knuckles, shields, bats, pepper spray, whatever it takes. All of those were used on the 6th. The post concluded, "Join your local Proud Boys chapter as well." The Donald.win featured discussions of the tunnels beneath the Capitol complex, suggestions for targeting members of Congress, and encouragement to attend this once-in-a-lifetime event. While Trump supporters grew more aggressive online, he continued to rile up his base on Twitter. He said there was overwhelming evidence that the election was the biggest scam in our nation's history. As you can see, the president continued to boost the event, tweeting about it more than a dozen times in the lead up to January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
A fight at the White House described as heated and profane. A meeting that lasted 6 hours. At the heart of it, a fight over whether Donald Trump could use bizarre theories to justify staying president despite losing the election. And then the alarming rallying cry heard by right-wing extremists to go to Washington on January 6th. The Select Committee is taking this short break before they resume. This is a special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. James Homan joins me now. James, the testimony we heard so far this afternoon went from almost comical in how strange the clash was at the White House and how fundamental it was, to really horrific and disturbing as we saw right-wing extremists trying to rally their supporters to go to Washington and attack the Capitol and the police on January 6th.
Yeah, it would be easy to laugh at some of that testimony, Libby, if it weren't so deadly serious. That meeting was clearly pivotal, and it really did lay bare the divisions between people who were serious lawyers and those who were trying to enable Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the election and ignore the presidential contest to stay in power.
Let's talk about these divisions, right? Because we did get a clear sense today of, for example, Sidney Powell, and even just the question of how did she even get in the White House and how is she getting access to the president in this meeting? And then people who are like the White House counsel, who are on the payroll of the White House, trying to act in the White House's best legal interest. Talk to us about the breakdowns.
Yeah, so here we can see a graphic we call all the president's lawyers. And in this meeting, we had in Trump's ear Sidney Powell. We saw her there sipping her Diet Dr. Pepper during her deposition, saying she believed that she'd been appointed special counsel. She was there with Patrick Byrne, who's not a lawyer, the former CEO of Overstock.com. Rudy Giuliani, we also heard from a lot. These people were really, we've heard about Jeffrey Clark from the Justice Department, John Eastman, the law professor. These were the enablers. Bill Stepien, the former Trump campaign manager, said he saw it as Team Normal and Team Rudy, but it's really kind of Team Serious versus Team Unserious. We heard for the first time from Pat Cipollone during today's hearing. We heard that we'll see a lot more clips of his deposition from last Friday during the final hearing next week. And we also heard a lot from Eric Hirschman. These two gentlemen, the White House counsel and the deputy White House counsel, were in the meeting with Patrick Lyons, who was the White House staff secretary. That sounds kind of like a non-important job. It's actually one of the more important jobs in the White House. And those three gentlemen were basically in a heated, screaming argument with Sidney Powell. And Donald Trump clearly was sympathetic to what Sidney Powell was telling him during that epic meeting. And the fact is that Donald Trump then tweeted for people to come. That tweet in the early morning hours after that meeting when he said, "Come to Washington on January 6th, will be wild," that directly followed this kind of critical meeting.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin. She joins us by phone. She has been in the Cannon caucus room and has been witnessing today's hearings in person. First of all, Rhonda, what was the atmosphere like in the room as we heard these witnesses, people who gave testimony to the committee in their own words, string together this story?
Well, there have been so many details today that it really almost makes your head spin. And when you look around the room, you see that everyone is a captive audience to all of this, all of these new developments, all of these things that we're hearing about those days in early December where it seemed like the plans were getting more absurd. And at first, you heard some laughter, especially at moments when we saw a clip of Pat Cipollone, former White House counsel, say that he didn't know why the Overstock guy was in the Oval Office. He was concerned about that group being in there and having the former president's attention. There was some laughter, but toward the end, where they right before they took the break, you could tell the tone of the room kind of sobered up a little bit, because you're now seeing, at least the committee wants to show that evidence that there was a direct line between that tweet on December 19th to the extremist groups. And we're seeing, how it all played out in real time. You're seeing that there were permit requests to the district from groups who had planned to protest around the time of Biden's inauguration. They asked, after they read that tweet, if we could move that up to January 6th. There were clips of podcasts saying that there would be a red wedding and that this would be kind of a dangerous situation. Everybody should be called to arms. And you're seeing how this all sort of evolved into the violence that we saw that day. And for many people, including myself and others who might be watching at home, some of these groups and podcasters may be unfamiliar to you, but it does appear that tweet was a match that lit a fire with them, and it started to circulate to the people who were Trump supporters, who watch these videos on YouTube or follow these folks on social media. So the committee is doing what they said they were going to do, which is to tie that violence and plans for the violence back to Donald Trump. And so far, they have a very captive audience in the hearing room.
Rhonda, let's talk about the members of the committee who we're hearing the most from today. Tell us about Representative Stephanie Murphy and also Representative Jamie Raskin.
Yeah, Stephanie Murphy is a representative from Florida. She might not be known to many. She's sort of a quiet member of this panel, but she actually asked to be on it. She asked Speaker Pelosi by letter and also on the House floor at one point, telling her, I would love to be on this committee. She has a national security background. She worked for the Department of Defense in both the W. Bush and Obama years, and she said she could bring that to the table. She also is a refugee from Vietnam. Her family fled from there, and she told Pelosi that she understands authoritarian rule, and she wants to make sure that Americans know what happened in that administration and how it led to the violence. So she had both a professional and personal interest in being on this committee. She is not seeking re-election, so this is sort of probably an end moment for her being on this committee and when they wrap up their work. But she does seem to be, in her remarks today, she does seem to be very impassioned in letting people know what the findings are. Jamie Raskin is probably very familiar to many people. He sits on multiple committees in the House that are pretty relevant to government oversight. He's on the Oversight Committee. He's on Judiciary. He's a subcommittee chair of a Civil Rights Committee, and he has actually been looking into the rise of white nationalism since around the time of the Charlottesville, Virginia rally. And that kind of was a moment for him where he wanted to use his role as a congressman to look into those groups. So that is very relevant to his leading the panel on this particular topic. As we have seen before, the committee likes to break up each topic by member. So those are the two people leading today's hearing.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. James, at the outset today, there was an effort by the committee to show numerous people who worked at the White House saying, yeah, here's when I knew that we'd really lost the election. Here's when I knew all of our legal avenues were cut off, and I accepted the results. Why was that an important foundation to build? Because, we knew this hearing was going to be about extremism. How does that lay the groundwork?
It shows that Donald Trump was told by all these people who were close to him that he had exhausted his options. And there was, I think part of the pattern here is that Liz Cheney, who's playing a key role in organizing these hearings, is trying to message toward Republicans. She's trying to convince Republicans this is not about preaching to the choir. This isn't about convincing people who don't like Donald Trump that he's terrible. This is about trying to reach people to say, look, Eugene Scalia, who was the labor secretary, the son of beloved jurist Antonin Scalia, told Donald Trump on the phone on December 14th that he had exhausted his options. It's other names like Haley McEnany, Ivanka Trump, Judd Deere, Bill Barr, Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor. All of these are Republican validators to show that these were people who were saying Trump had lost, and this was days before he urged people to come anyway to the Capitol on January 6th.
Yeah, you said Scalia is beloved to supporters, to conservatives,
exactly.
right? Supporters of President Trump, because that is an important group of people here, because we're talking about people who maybe wanted Donald Trump to win, but ultimately accepted the loss. I want to go to Rhonda as we see the witnesses seated. Rhonda, there is this comment at the very beginning. Oh, Rhonda's gone. Let's go to James. We're seeing the witnesses seated here. Let's talk about what we expect to hear from them.
Yeah, this is the first time that we had the first block just with testimony and videos. It felt like an oral history almost, the way they were going through. These are gentlemen who are actually going to talk about the mentality of these particular extremist groups and how they felt beckoned by Trump. And I expect that there's going to be a lot of emphasis on kind of the role Trump played and less about the role that these extremist groups generally are playing. What's interesting is, I'll just say that there's this different ecosystem. We saw all those video clips from kind of the InfoWars type settings and YouTubers, and that was not breaking through into the mainstream. That the talk about the red wedding, but these witnesses are the kind of people who were very much consumers and generators of that kind of content. And it shows people live in these information bubbles where they're not exposed to people like Eugene Scalia and Mitch McConnell and Pat Cipollone and Bill Barr, who are saying the election is decided.
The committee turns its focus now to extremist organizations. This action that happened after that fateful tweet by then President Donald Trump on December 19th. James, we'll hear from a former spokesman for the Oath Keepers. We'll also hear from someone, we believe, who came to the Capitol that day.
Yes, and this is important, and it gets at something, talking about the strategy here. Liz Cheney said, don't let Donald Trump off the hook. Don't let the people around Trump do this strategy of, he was poorly served by Sidney Powell or Rudy Giuliani or Michael Flynn. Donald Trump knew what he was doing, but also his own words and his actions had consequences of summoning the mob and summoning people like we're about to hear from to come to the Capitol and in some cases be quite violent.
Jason Van Tatenhove is a former spokesman for the Oath Keepers. We are also expecting to hear from Stephen Ayres. He is a Capitol riot defendant. The committee has been tight-lipped, though, about who their witnesses would be, James. They cited security. But there's also been the question of witness tampering, which Liz Cheney brought up at the end of their last hearing.
Yeah, and so this is this world. These guys. The January 6th defendant could get more leniency in a sentence for cooperating with the committee, but for the former Oath Keepers spokesman, he's alienating a whole world that he's been a part of for more than a decade. So testifying isn't without risk, and there are a lot of people that he has been around who obviously have a very strong incentive for him not to testify. And it's worth mentioning, Libby, here that the Oath Keepers is led by Stuart Rhodes, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy by the Justice Department in their separate investigation into January 6th. And this idea that there was actually an effort by these people who came on January 6th to overthrow the United States government. And I expect that the former spokesman for this group will put some meat on the bones of those allegations.
Stephen Ayres entered the Capitol on the day of the riot and has talked about his intentions to go there before that. That is who you see there to the left of your screen, one of the witnesses. And then, as James has been saying, we see the former spokesperson for the Oath Keepers. The goal of today's committee hearing is to show that link between the White House, between President Trump's call and the response. But James, there is the question that Rhonda laid out for us at the very beginning of other connective thread. Are there other ways besides a tweet and a response that this committee will try to demonstrate to show connections?
Yes, there was this war room that was set up at the Willard Hotel that Michael Flynn was a part of. We heard Cassidy Hutchinson say that Mark Meadows got on a call with people who were in this war room. There's been reporting that people who were affiliated with some of these extremist groups had envoys or representatives who at one point popped in, and were seen in this Willard war room. So there are going to be phone conversations, text messages, conversations between various emissaries and go-betweens. There has been reporting that the leader of the Oath Keepers was asking for contact information for senior Trump people. So there's a lot of questions about who was talking to who, when, and what they were saying. But there certainly was sort of a web of contact and communication, not just between and within the various extremist groups, but also between these extremist groups like the Proud Boys and people who were talking to people who were talking to Donald Trump. The question is just how directly involved was Trump? Trump in the past has been quite careful about this kind of thing, where he's not having direct conversations, but perhaps he was so desperate in the run-up to January 6th that he was directly engaging with people like Rudy Giuliani or Bernie Kerik or Steve Bannon to be apprised of or to encourage criminal activity on January 6th.
Stephen Ayres, Capitol riot defendant. The other witness, Jason Van Tatenhoff, is a former spokesperson for the extremist group, the Oath Keepers. We expect to hear from them as our prime witnesses today before this January 6th committee. James, we heard some of Pat Cipollone's testimony. Let's talk about how that's being folded in.
Yeah, Pat Cipollone seemed to be a pretty forthcoming witness. In some of the clips that we saw, it seemed like he didn't want to violate executive privilege, and he was being a little cagey in some of his answers, but he clearly had no problem at all unloading when it came to Sidney Powell and that critical December 18th, 2020 meeting. And we heard from the speakers, the chair and the vice chair, that we're going to hear a lot more of what Pat Cipollone had to say at a hearing that we expect will be next week in prime time, where they'll sort of wrap together what we've seen in this series of summer hearings. And so it doesn't appear that Cipollone has said anything or testified in any way that would contradict what we heard in the bombshell testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson last week.
The testimony from Pat Cipollone was sought after by Liz Cheney, publicly, in fact, even in front of all of us, James. And it does seem like it's going to two things. One, this date we're looking at, this December 18th, December 19th timeframe. And two, January 6th itself, and as things unfolded that day.
Yes, and we have not heard any of the clips of Cipollone on January 6th. Everything we've heard so far this afternoon has been in the lead up to. We heard him saying that he did tell Trump that he had lost. We heard him saying that Meadows told him that that they were going to get Trump to move on from this. But we haven't heard anything from that day as it relates to Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, which is that Cipollone told her that they had to stop Trump from going to the Capitol because if they did, in Hutchinson's telling, Cipollone said they'd be charged with every crime imaginable for making that movement, your term for moving the motorcade. And Cipollone ran into the West Wing to talk to Donald Trump as the mob was there in the Capitol to try to get him to weigh in. So we've heard various outside testimony. It was striking to see some of the texts in this first segment of this afternoon's hearings. We saw a new text from Cassidy Hutchinson to Tony Ornato, the Secret Service alum who was working as Deputy White House Chief of Staff, where she was saying in the text that there were people drinking around the Oval Office as this crazy meeting was unfolding on December 18th. Will we see more of Cassidy Hutchinson's texts? Will we hear more corroboration of her story about those days leading up to January 6th? And again, we also continue to see people who are pleading the fifth. Michael Flynn was seen once again saying that he wasn't going to answer any questions about this particular meeting because he wants to invoke his constitutional right against self-incrimination.
James, we're seeing some members of Congress in the audience. The cameras were flashing to them earlier. We just continue to see them come and witness this hearing and attend in person. We've also seen officers who were there at the Capitol on the day of the attack come and repeatedly sit here to witness these hearings. Really jarring to see these exchanges from the attackers of the Capitol talking about, I think they're playing some footage there, probably testing things out, talk about coming to the Capitol and, essentially attacking the police, going there regardless of any police efforts, and talk about, the white supremacy of this, talk about attacking and killing members of Congress. And some of the people in this room were directly under threat or even defending the Capitol.
Yeah, that front row there behind the witnesses has been a spot where we've seen lots of current and former Capitol police officers during all these hearings. We saw Sheila Jackson Lee, the Democrat from Texas. This is very personal. This is an attack on their workplace. Imagine if, a mob of thousands of people calling for your execution stormed your workplace and breached through your security. It's incredibly visceral, and there is a sense that the window is closing to get to the bottom of this. The committee needs to put out its report before the end of the year. Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill all believe that Republicans are going to win control of the House and dissolve this committee. And so there's this sense of urgency to get to the bottom of what happened and to the extent possible to prove conclusively these links and to establish that there was this conspiracy that Donald Trump knew what was happening. And, as the committee said, he called for backup. That was what Stephanie Murphy said in her opening statement. He called for backup on January 6th. So for a lot of these members of Congress, it is incredibly personal. And when you talk to Republicans, they still won't say, most of them won't say it publicly, but they are paying attention to these hearings. Their public posture is to pretend that they're not, and to say it's old news, or to say that this is a partisan exercise. But privately, they're aghast at what Cassidy Hutchinson said about Trump knowing that a lot of people in the crowd were armed when he urged them to go to the Capitol and fight like hell, like they won't have a country anymore if they don't. These revelations are breaking through, and a lot of Republican donors are watching this play out and thinking to themselves, boy, Donald Trump cannot be the GOP nominee in 2024 because it'll be a disaster if he is. And it's reminding a lot of people of why they were so eager to turn the page. 71 million people voted for Joe Biden in 2020, in part because of this kind of behavior, although what happened on January 6th obviously transpired after the election was over.
Yeah, James, let's remind our audience, in case they're just tuning in, we are waiting for the committee to resume. The witnesses at that table, Jason Van Tatenhoff, he's a former Oath Keeper spokesperson. Also, Stephen Ayres, who has attacked the Capitol on that day. That's who will be speaking before this committee publicly. I want to talk about the anonymous Twitter employee who we heard from, James, whose voice was disguised so that person would not be recognized. Let's talk about how that Twitter employee was interpreting Donald Trump's tweets and what they were saying to the audience.
It was pretty striking because it was directly at odds with the message that Twitter itself has espoused over the last year and a half to defend itself, which is that they didn't know what was going on and they didn't think he was actually inciting violence before January 6th. They obviously deleted his account after the 6th. And this shows that inside Twitter, contrary to what its executives have claimed publicly, they saw that Trump was assembling a mob. They saw a massive increase in engagement, not just on their own site, but in related sites where traffic was being driven. They saw this buzz and this conversation. So it was essentially like this employee who sounded like someone who was in a position to know was watching this car crash that was about to happen in the run-up to January 6th. Jamie Raskin framed it interestingly. He talked about there being 3 rings, and in the first closest ring, it's Donald Trump pressuring Pence. Then it's the domestic violent extremist groups, and then on the outside, it's the large angry crowd, and that crowd was summoned because of what was happening on Twitter and elsewhere.
The committee members returning to the dais. Of course, the committee chair and vice chair leading the way. We're also hearing a lot from Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy and Congressman Jamie Raskin today. Let's head back to Cannon Caucus Room. This is the 7th hearing this summer in this series. At the witness table, former Oath Keeper Jason Van Tatenhoff and Capitol attacker Stephen Ayres. We will hear from them today as testimony resumes. This is live coverage from the Washington Post.
Committee will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, President Trump's tweet drew tens of thousands of Americans to Washington to form the angry crowd that would be transformed on January the 6th into a violent mob. Dr. Donnell Harvin, who was the Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for D.C., told the committee how his team saw Trump's December 19th tweet unite violent groups across the spectrum on the far right.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C. And not only were they organizing to come to D.C., but they were these groups, these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point. When you have armed militia, collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward the common goal, you start seeing what we call in terrorism a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign. Then when they were clearly across, not just across one platform, but across multiple platforms of these groups coordinating, not just like chatting, hey, how's it going? What's the weather like where you're at? But like, what are you bringing? What are you wearing? Where do we meet up? Do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational. That's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that's clearly alarming.
The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are 2 key groups that responded immediately to President Trump's call. The Proud Boys are a far-right street-fighting group that glorifies violence and white supremacy. The Oath Keepers are extremists who promote a wide range of conspiracy theories and sought to act as a private paramilitary force for Donald Trump. The Department of Justice has charged leaders of both groups with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States on January the 6th. Trump's December 19th tweet motivated these 2 extremist groups which have historically not worked together to coordinate their activities. December 19th at 10:22 a.m., just hours after President Trump's tweet, Kelly Meggs, the head of the Florida Oath Keepers, declared an alliance among the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Florida Three Percenters, another militia group. He wrote, "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." Phone records obtained by the Select Committee show that later that afternoon, Mr. Meggs called Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, and they spoke for several minutes. The very next day, the Proud Boys got to work. The Proud Boys launched an encrypted chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense. The committee obtained hundreds of these messages, which show strategic and tactical planning about January the 6th, including maps of Washington, D.C. that pinpoint the location of police. In the weeks leading up to the attack, leaders in both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers worked with Trump allies. One such ally was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor and one of the participants in the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. He also had connections to the Oath Keepers. This photo from December 12th shows Flynn and Patrick Byrne, another Trump ally who was present at that December 18th meeting, guarded by indicted Oath Keeper Roberto Minuta. Another view of the scene shows Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes in the picture as well. Another central figure with ties to this network of extremist groups was Roger Stone, a political consultant and longtime confidant of President Trump. He pardoned both Flynn and Stone in the weeks between the election on November 3rd and January 6th. In the same time frame, Stone communicated with both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers regularly. The committee obtained encrypted content from a group chat called Friends of Stone, FOS, which included Stone, Rhodes, Tarrio, and Ali Alexander. The chat focused on various pro-Trump events in November and December of 2020, as well as January 6th. As you can see here, Stuart Rhodes himself urged the Friends of Stone to have people go to their state capitals if they could not make it to Washington for the first Million MAGA March on November 14th. These friends of Roger Stone had a significant presence at multiple pro-Trump events after the election, including in Washington on December the 12th. On that day, Stuart Rhodes called for Donald to invoke martial law, promising bloodshed if he did not.
He needs to know from you that you are with him, that if he does not do it now while he is commander-in-chief, we're going to have to do it ourselves later in a much more desperate, much more bloody war. Let's get it on now while he is still the commander-in-chief. Hooah!
That night, the Proud Boys engaged in violence on the streets of Washington and hurled aggressive insults at the police.
You oath breakers! Do your fucking job! Give us 1 hour! 1 hour!
Just the previous night, the co-host of InfoWars issued an ominous warning at a rally alongside Roger Stone and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio. Encrypted chats obtained by the Select Committee show that Kelly Meggs, the indicted leader of the Florida Oath Keepers, spoke directly with Roger Stone about security on January 5th and 6th. In fact, on January 6th, Stone was guarded by 2 Oath Keepers who have since been criminally indicted for seditious conspiracy. One of them later pleaded guilty, and according to the Department of Justice, admitted that the Oath Keepers were ready to use, quote, lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard. As we've seen, the Proud Boys were also part of the Friends of Stone network. Stone's ties to the Proud Boys go back many years. He's even taken their so-called fraternity creed, required for the first level of initiation to the group. Kelly Sorrell, a lawyer who assists the Oath Keepers and a volunteer lawyer for the Trump campaign, explained to the committee how Roger Stone and other figures brought extremists of different stripes and views together.
You mentioned that Mr. Stone wanted to start the Stop the Steal series of rallies. Who did you consider the leader of these rallies? It sounds like, from what you just said, it was Mr. Stone, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Ali Alexander. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that became like the center point for everything.
We'll learn more from Ms. Murphy about these individuals and their involvement in the days leading up to the violent attack on January 6th. We'll also hear how they were allowed to speak at a rally for President Trump the night before January 6th, even though organizers had expressed serious concerns about their violent and extremist rhetoric directly to Mark Meadows. And you'll hear testimony from White House aides who were with the president as he watched the crowd from the Oval Office and will testify about how excited he was for the following day. Let me note now that our investigation continues on these critical issues. We have only shown a small fraction of what we have found. I look forward to the public release of more of our findings later, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
During our most recent hearing, the committee showed some evidence of what President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other White House officials knew about the potential for violence on January 6th. And despite this information, they made no effort to cancel the rally, halt the march to the Capitol, or even to lower the temperature among President Trump's supporters. Katrina Pearson, one of the organizers of January 6th rally and a former campaign spokeswoman for President Trump, grew increasingly apprehensive after learning that multiple activists had been proposed as speakers for the January 6th rally. These included some of the people we discussed earlier in this hearing. Roger Stone, a longtime outside advisor to President Trump. Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory website InfoWars. And Ali Alexander, an activist known for his violent political rhetoric. On December 30th, Ms. Pearson exchanged text messages with another key rally organizer about why people like Mr. Alexander and Mr. Jones were being suggested as speakers at the president's rally on January 6th. Ms. Pearson's explanation was POTUS, and she remarked that the president likes the crazies. The committee asked Ms. Pearson about these messages, and this is what she said.
So when you said that he likes the crazies, were you talking about President Trump?
Yes, I was talking about President Trump. He loved people who viciously defended him in public.
But consistent in terms of the support for these people, at least with what the president likes, from what you could tell.
Yes, the people that would be very, very vicious in publicly defending him.
On January 2nd, Ms. Pearson's concerns about the potential rally speakers had grown serious enough that she reached out to Mr. Meadows directly. She wrote, "Good afternoon. Would you mind giving me a call regarding this January 6th event? Things have gotten crazy and I desperately need some direction, please." According to phone records obtained by the committee, Ms. Pearson received a phone call from Mr. Meadows 8 minutes later. Here is what Ms. Pearson said about that conversation.
So what specifically did you tell him, though, about other events?
Just that there were a bunch of entities coming in. Some were very suspect, but they're going to be on other stages, some on other days. A very, very brief overview of what was actually happening and why I raised the red flags.
And when you told him that people were very suspect, what did you tell him what you meant by that, or what did you convey to him about what you were the problems with these folks?
I think I even texted him some of my concerns, but I did briefly go over some of the concerns that I had raised to everybody with Alex Jones or Ali Alexander and some of the rhetoric that they were doing. I probably mentioned to him that they had already caused trouble at other capitals or at the previous event, the previous march that they did for protesting, and I just had a concern about it.
Ms. Pearson was especially concerned about Ali Alexander and Alex Jones because in November 2020, Both men and some of their supporters had entered the Georgia state capitol to protest the results of the 2020 election. Ms. Pearson believed that she mentioned this to Mark Meadows on this January 2nd call. Notably, January 2nd is the same day on which, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows warned her of that things might get real bad on January 6th. After her January 2nd call with Mr. Meadows, Katrina Pearson sent an email to fellow rally organizers. She wrote, "POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the Ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol." President's own documents suggest that the president had decided to call on his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, but that he chose not to widely announce it until his speech on the Ellipse that morning. The committee has obtained this draft, undated tweet from the National Archives. It includes a stamp stating, "President has seen." The draft tweet reads, "I will be making a big speech at 10 a.m. on January 6th at the Ellipse, south of the White House. Please arrive early, massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal." Although this tweet was never sent, rally organizers were discussing and preparing for the march to the Capitol in the days leading up to January 6th. This is a January 4th text message from a rally organizer to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. The organizer says, "This stays between us. We're having a second stage at the Supreme Court again after the Ellipse. POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol. It cannot get out about the second stage because people will try and set up another and sabotage it. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies. But POTUS is going to just call for it, quote, unexpectedly." The end of the message indicates that the president's plan to have his followers march to the Capitol was not being broadly discussed. And then on the morning of January 5th, Ali Alexander, whose firebrand style concerned Katrina Pearson, sent a similar text to a conservative journalist. Mr. Alexander said, "Tomorrow, Ellipse, then U.S. Capitol. Trump is supposed to order us to the Capitol at the end of his speech, but we will see." President Trump did follow through on his plan, using his January 6th speech to tell his supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. The evidence confirms that this was not a spontaneous call to action, but rather was a deliberate strategy decided upon in advance by the president. Another part of the president's strategy involved certain members of Congress who amplified his unsupported assertions that the election had been stolen. In the weeks after the election, the White House coordinated closely with President Trump's allies in Congress to disseminate his false claims and to encourage members of the public to fight the outcome on January 6th. We know that the president met with various members to discuss January 6th well before the joint session. The president's private schedule for December 21st, 2020 shows a private meeting with Republican members of Congress. We know that Vice President Pence, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani also attended that meeting. We obtained an email that was sent from Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama to Mark Meadows setting up that meeting. The subject line is, White House meeting December 21st regarding January 6th. In his email, Congressman Brooks explained that he had not asked anyone to join him in the, quote, January 6th effort, because in his view, quote, only citizens can exert the necessary influence on senators and congressmen to join this fight against massive voter fraud and election theft. At this point, you may also recall testimony given in our earlier hearing by Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, who said that the president asked the Department of Justice to, quote, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. According to White House visitor logs obtained by the committee, members of Congress present at the White House on December 21st included Congressman Brian Babin, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Andy Harris, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry. Then Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene was also there. We heard testimony in an early hearing that a pardon was ultimately requested by Congressman Mo Brooks and other members of Congress who attended this meeting. We've asked witnesses what happened during the December 21st meeting, and we've learned that part of the discussion centered on the role of the vice president during the counting of the electoral votes. These members of Congress were discussing what would later be known as the Eastman theory, which was being pushed by attorney John Eastman. In one of our earlier hearings, you heard in great detail that President Trump was trying to convince Vice President Pence to do something illegal. His White House counsel confirmed all of that in testimony last week.
Your view, Mr. Cipollone, upon those discussions with Mr. Philbin, with Greg Jacob, what was your assessment as to what the Vice President could or could not do at the joint session?
What was my assessment about what he could or couldn't do?
Yes, your view of the issue.
My view is that the Vice President didn't have a legal authority to do anything except what he did.
They've both told us, Mr. Philbin and Mr. Jacob, that they looked very closely at the Eastman memos, the Eastman theory, and thought that it had no basis, that it was not a strategy that the president should pursue. It sounds like that's consistent with your impression as well.
My impression would have been informed certainly by them.
Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told us that Mr. Cipollone thought John Eastman's theories were nutty, something Mr. Cipollone wouldn't refute.
We've received testimony from various people about this. One was Jason Miller, who was a campaign, said that what was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty, and at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
I don't have any reason to contradict what he said.
On January 4th, John Eastman went to the White House to meet with the president and vice president. Mr. Cipollone tried to participate in this meeting, but he was apparently turned away.
You didn't go to the meeting in the Oval Office where Eastman met with the president and with the vice president. Do you remember why you didn't personally attend?
I did walk to that meeting, and I did go into the Oval Office with the idea of attending that meeting, and then I ultimately did not attend that meeting.
Why not?
The reasons for that are privilege.
Okay. Were you asked to not attend the meeting, or did you make a personal decision not to attend the meeting?
Again, without getting into privilege.
Recall that Greg Jacob, the vice president's counsel, stated that Mr. Eastman acknowledged he would lose 9-0 if his legal theory were challenged in the Supreme Court. Mr. Cipollone had reviewed Mr. Eastman's legal theory and expressed his view repeatedly that the vice president was right. He even offered to take the blame for the vice president's position.
I thought that the vice president did not have the authority to do what was being suggested under a proper reading of the law. I conveyed that. Okay. I think I actually told somebody, in the vice president's, just blame me. This is, I'm not a politician, I don't, but I just said, I'm a lawyer. This is my legal opinion. But let me tell you this. Can I say a word about the vice president?
Please.
I think the vice president did the right thing. I think he did the courageous thing. I have a great deal of respect for Vice President Pence. I worked with him very closely. I think he understood my opinion. I think he understood my opinion afterwards as well. I think he did a great service to this country. And I think I suggested to somebody that he should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his actions.
Earlier this year, a federal district court judge concluded that President Trump and Mr. Eastman, relying on Mr. Eastman's theory, more likely than not violated multiple federal criminal laws in their pressure campaign against the vice president. Also recall earlier in this hearing, we saw that Rudy Giuliani's team did not have actual evidence of fraud sufficient to change the result of the election. That's important because as January 6th approached, the Republican members of the House and Senate were looking for reason to object to the electors, and no real evidence was ever given to them. And we know that Republican members of the House received a memorandum from the chairwoman of the House Republican Caucus in the days before January 6, explaining in detail the many constitutional and legal problems with objections and describing the principal judicial rulings dismissing the claims of widespread fraud. But their plan to object to the certification of the election on January 6 went forward anyway. The next day, on January 5th, the day before the attack on the Capitol, tens of thousands of people converged on Washington. While certain close associates of President Trump privately expressed concerns about what would occur on January 6, other members of the president's inner circle spoke with great anticipation about the events to come. The committee has learned from the White House phone logs that the president spoke to Steve Bannon, his close advisor, at least twice on January 5th. The first conversation they had lasted for 11 minutes. Listen to what Mr. Bannon said that day after the first call he had with the president.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
From those same phone logs, we know that the president and Mr. Bannon spoke again on the phone that evening, this time for 6 minutes. That same day, on the eve of January 6, supporters of President Trump gathered in Washington, D.C. at another rally. This rally was held at Freedom Plaza, which is located near the White House, and featured some of the speakers who Katrina Pearson and others deemed too extreme to share the stage with the president the next morning. And as this rally was underway, the president asked members of his staff to come to the Oval Office. Let's hear from the White House aides who were in the Oval Office that night.
I was in the office, in the Oval Office, and he had asked me to open the door so that he could hear. I guess there was a concert or a rap or something going on.
Did he say anything other than just open the door?
He made a comment. I don't remember specifically what he said, but there's a lot of energy.
When we walked in, the staff was kind of standing up and assembled along the wall, and the president was at the desk, and Dan Scavino was on the couch, and the president was dictating a tweet that he wanted Scavino to send out. Then the president started talking about the rally the next day. He had the door of the Oval open to the Rose Garden because you could hear the crowd already assembled outside on the ellipse, and they were playing music, and it was so loud that you could feel it shaking in the Oval. He was in a very good mood, and I say that because he had not been in a good mood for weeks leading up to that, and then it seemed like he was in a fantastic mood that evening.
He asked if members of Congress would be with him tomorrow.
And what do you understand by meaning voting in his favor as opposed to physically with him or anything like that?
Yeah, I took that to mean not voting to certify the election.
Then he did look to the staff and ask for ideas of how, if I recall, he said that we could make the rhinos do the right thing, is the way he phrased it. And no one spoke up initially because I think everyone was trying to process what that he meant by that.
The president was making notes then, talking then about we should go up to the Capitol. What's the best route to go to the Capitol?
I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention it.
What was his response?
He acknowledged that and said we've had a lot, something along those lines, and then he fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up, they were angry, they feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged. Did he give you any indication of how he knew that the crowd was fired up or angry? He continued to reference being able to hear them outside.
Through the open door of the Oval Office, the president could hear the sound of the crowd and the music at the rally at the Freedom Plaza. And these are some of the things that they were saying there at the plaza, just blocks from where the president sat that evening, excited for the next day.
This is nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark and light, between the godly and the godless, between good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Tomorrow, trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight, and they're going to be standing on this soil tomorrow, this is soil that we have fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I want them to know that 1776 is always an option. These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this country down.
It's 1776. 1776. 1776. 1776.
At 5:05 p.m., as the Freedom Plaza rally was underway just blocks away, President Trump tweeted, "Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore." To the crowds gathering in D.C., he added, "We hear you and love you from the Oval Office." The committee has learned that on January 5th, there were serious concerns at Twitter about the anticipated violence the next day. Listen to what the Twitter witness told us about their desperate efforts to get Twitter to do something.
What was your gut feeling on the night of January 5th?
I believe I sent a Slack message to someone that said something along the lines of, "When people are shooting each other tomorrow, I will try and rest in the knowledge that we tried." And so I went to, I don't know that I slept that night, to be honest with you. I was on pins and needles because, again, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to raise the reality that if we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die. And on January 5th, I realized no intervention was coming. And even as hard as I had tried to create one or implement one, there was nothing, and we were at the whims and the mercy of a violent crowd that was locked and loaded.
And just for the record, this was content that was echoing statements by the former president, but also Proud Boys and other known violent extremist groups?
Yeah.
There were also concerns among members of Congress. We have a recently released recording of a conversation that took place among Republican members in the U.S. Capitol on the eve of January 6th. This is Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from Arizona, who led some of the unfounded objections to the election results.
I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members.
I'm actually very concerned about this because we have who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people coming here. We have Antifa. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election. And when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they are going to go nuts.
That same evening, as President Trump listened to the rally from the Oval Office, he was also working on his speech to be delivered the next day. And based on documents we've received from the National Archives, including multiple drafts of the president's speech, as well as from witness testimony, we understand how that speech devolved into a call to action and a call to fight. One of the first edits President Trump made to his speech was to incorporate his 5:05 p.m. tweet, revising his speech to say, "All of us are here today, do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." He also added, "Together, we will stop the steal." President Trump's edits continued into the morning of January 6th. And as you can see from the president's daily diary here, the president spoke to his chief speechwriter, Stephen Miller, for over 25 minutes that morning. Following his call with Mr. Miller, President Trump inserted for the first time a line in his speech that said, quote, "And we will see whether Mike Pence enters history as a truly great and courageous leader. All he has to do is refer the illegally submitted electoral votes back to the states that were given false and fraudulent information where they want to recertify." No prior version of this speech had referenced Vice President Pence or his role during the joint session on January 6th. These last-minute edits by President Trump to his speech were part of the president's pressure campaign against his own vice president. But not everyone wanted these lines regarding the vice president included in the president's speech, including White House lawyer Eric Hirschman.
Did you ever speak to anybody in the White House at the time about this disagreement between the president and the vice president, other than the president, based on the objection from your counsel?
Maybe had a brief conversation about it with Eric Hirschman.
Tell me about that. What do you remember him saying to you about this disagreement?
I just remember him saying that that he had a I don't want to get this wrong. Sort of something to the effect of thinking that it would be counterproductive. I think he thought to discuss the matter publicly.
So it came up in the context of editing the president's speech on January the 6th?
I just came up with the conversation where Eric knew it was in the speech, and so he had a sidebar with me about it.
And so the speechwriters took that advice and removed the lines about Vice President Pence. And later that morning at 11:20 a.m., President Trump had a phone call with the vice president. And as the committee detailed in an earlier hearing, that phone call was, by all accounts, tense and heated. During this call, the vice president told the president that he would not attempt to change the outcome of the election. In response, the president called the vice president of the United States a wimp and other derogatory words. As you can see in this email, after Vice President Pence told President Trump that he would not unilaterally deliver him a second term in office, the speechwriters were directed to reinsert the Mike Pence lines. Here is how one of the speechwriters described President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And as I recall, there was a very tough sentence about the vice president that was added.
President Trump wanted to use his speech to attack Vice President Pence in front of a crowd of thousands of angry supporters who had been led to believe the election was stolen. When President Trump arrived at the Ellipse to deliver his speech, he was still worked up from his call with Vice President Pence. And although Ivanka Trump would not say so, her chief of staff gave the committee some insight into the president's frustration.
It's been reported that you ultimately decided to attend the rally because you hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know who said that or where that came from.
What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was
upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally. Why did that matter? Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say?
Well, she shared that he had called the vice president a not an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset, and people were providing misinformation. And she felt like she might be able to help calm this situation down, at least before he went on to stage.
The president did go on stage, and then he gave the speech that he wanted to give. It included the formal changes he had requested the night before and in that morning, but also many important last-minute ad-lib changes. A single scripted reference in the speech to Mike Pence became 8. A single scripted reference to rally-goers marching to the Capitol became 4, with President Trump ad-libbing that he would be joining the protesters at the Capitol. Added throughout his speech were references to fighting and the need for people to have courage and to be strong. The word peacefully was in the staff-written script and used only once. Here are some of these ad-lib changes that the president made to his speech.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen. He stoked their anger. He called for them to fight for him. He directed them to the U.S. Capitol. He told them he would join them, and his supporters believed him, and many headed towards the Capitol. As a result, people died. People were injured. Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same. President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the speech immediately. And this is what he said on January 6 in excerpts from text messages to Katrina Pearson. Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We're joined today by Mr. Jason Van Tavenhove and Mr. Stephen Ayres. Mr. Tavenhove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer Stewart Rhodes, the founder and president of the Oath Keepers, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy in relation to the Capitol attack. Mr. Van Tavenhove broke with the Oath Keepers and has since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayres is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's call to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He marched to the Capitol on the president's orders. He pleaded guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayres, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story as a warning. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I recognize myself for questions. Today we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day. Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff when I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered two more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes. And I think, rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued over a period of time as the member base and who it was that Stewart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right into the alt-right world, into white nationalists, and even straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stewart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So, in my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You've talked a little bit about that danger. So, what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments. And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, it does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point, there were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did. But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group of the Oath Keepers and some associates, and they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, you know, we were not wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue, and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayres, there were many people in the crowd that day, January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group. I'd like to start by having you tell the American people a little bit about yourself. Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
Yeah, basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, a cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. You know, family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
So this committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video. Mr. Ayres, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, he basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out, and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayres, when you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened. Basically deleted it all. I started doing my own research and everything. And for me, for something like that to be that, for that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits being shot down one after another, that was mainly what convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. Who knows? I may not have come down here then, you know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, earlier today we showed how Donald Trump's December 19th tweet summoned both extremist groups as well as rank and file supporters of President Trump to come to Washington, D.C., average Americans. He told them to, quote, be there, we'll be wild, and they came. We showed how how President Trump repeatedly told them, fight, 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 and they marched to the Capitol. Mr. Ayres, you were in that crowd at the rally, and then the crowd that marched to the Capitol. When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. You know, we went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, you know, the president, you know, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
After the president's speech, as you're marching down to the Capitol, how did you feel?
I was, you know, I'm angry, you know, after everything that was basically said in the speech. You know, a lot of the stuff he said, he already put out in tweets. I've already seen it and heard it before. So, I mean, I was already worked up, and so were most of the people there.
So as you started marching, did you think there was still a chance the election would be overturned?
Yeah, at that time I did, you know, because everybody was kind of like in the hope that, you know, Vice President Pence was not going to certify the election. You know, also the whole time on our way down there, we kept hearing about this big reveal I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought maybe that was it. So that hope was there.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. You know, he said in his speech, you know, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I mean, I think I believed it.
I understand. We know that you illegally entered the Capitol that afternoon and then left the Capitol area later on. What made you decide to leave?
Basically, when President Trump put his tweet out, we literally left right after that come out. You know, to me, if he would have done that earlier in the day, 1:30, you know, we wouldn't be in this. Maybe we wouldn't be in this bad of a situation or something.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Tatenhoff, in the run-up to January 6, Stuart Rhodes publicly implored President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, the 1807 law that allows the president to call up militias to put down a rebellion against the United States. And I want to get your thoughts about this in the context of your prior relationship with Stuart Rhodes. I understand that you had conversations with Rhodes about the Insurrection Act. Why was he so fixated on that, and what did he think it would enable the Oath Keepers to do?
Well, I think it gave him a sense of legitimacy, that it was a path forward to move forward with his goals and agendas. I think we need to quit mincing words and just talk about truths. And what it was going to be was an armed revolution. I mean, people died that day. Law enforcement officers died this day. There was a gallows set up in front of the Capitol. This could have been the spark that started a new civil war, and no one would have won there. That would have been good for no one. He was always looking for ways to legitimize what he was doing, whether by wrapping it in the trappings of it's not a militia, it's a community preparedness team. We're not a militia, we're an educational outreach group. It's a veteran support group. But again, we've got to stop with this dishonesty and the mincing of words and just call things for what they are. You know, he's a militia leader. He had these grand visions of being a paramilitary leader. And the Insurrection Act would have given him a path forward with that. You know, the fact that the president was communicating, whether directly or indirectly, messaging, you know, kind of that gave him the nod. And all I can do is thank the gods that things did not go any worse that day.
What did the Oath Keepers see in President Trump?
They saw a path forward that would have legitimacy. They saw opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to become a paramilitary force, you know?
Last week, the Department of Justice indicated that it has evidence of the Oath Keepers bringing not just firearms, but explosives to Washington ahead of January 6th. And the committee's also learned that Stewart Rhodes stopped to buy weapons on his way to Washington and shipped roughly $7,000 worth of tactical gear to a January 6th rally planner in Virginia before the attack. Did you ever hear Rhodes discuss committing violence against elected political leaders?
Yeah, I mean, that went back from the very beginning of my tenure. One of the first assignments that he brought to me, wanting me to do as more of a graphic artist function, was to create a deck of cards. You may remember back to the conflict in the Middle East, where our own military created a deck of cards, which was a who's who of kind of the key players on the other side that they wanted to take out. And Stewart was very intrigued by that notion and influenced by it, I think. And he wanted me to create a deck of cards that would include different politicians, judges, including up to Hillary Clinton as the Queen of Hearts. This is a project that I refused to do. But from the very start, we saw that. There was always the push for military training, including there were courses in that community that went over explosives training. So, yeah, this all falls in line.
Mr. Van Tatenhoff, you say in your very thoughtful written testimony that we received today that you fear what the next election cycle will bring. And you also say that we have been exceedingly lucky in that we have not seen more bloodshed so far. I wonder if you would elaborate on those two statements.
I think as far as the luck goes, we've had the potential from Bundy Ranch on. I mean, being boots on the ground at these standoffs, and they were standoffs where there were firearms pointed across lines at federal law enforcement agencies. You know, whatever it may be with that particular standoff. But I think we've gotten exceedingly lucky that more bloodshed did not happen because the potential has been there from the start. And we got very lucky that the loss of life was, and as tragic as it is, that we saw on January 6th, the potential was so much more. Again, all we have to look at is the iconic images of that day with the gallows set up for Mike Pence, for the Vice President of the United States. You know, and I do fear for this next election cycle because who knows what that might bring. If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point. And that's a scary notion. I have 3 daughters. I have a granddaughter. And I fear for the world that they will inherit if we do not start holding these people to account.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Van Tatenhoff. Mr. Ayres, I first want to ask you about what finally caused you to leave on January the 6th. We know that the medieval-style combat with our police, the occupation of the building, this was going on for several hours until the president issued at 4:17 a tweet, I believe, that included a video telling people to go home. Did you see that, and did that have any effect on what you were doing?
Well, when we were there, as soon as that come out, everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse, some of the crowd. Obviously, once we got back to the hotel room, we seen that it was still going on, but it definitely dispersed a lot of the crowd.
And did you leave at that point?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we left.
So, in other words, that was the key moment when you decided to leave, when President Trump told people to go home.
Yeah, yep. We left right when that come out.
You were not a member of an organized group like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, as most of the crowd wasn't. I wonder, on January 6th, was it your view that these far-right groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and 3%ers and others were on your side? Did you have any reservations about marching with them and rallying with them?
Well, I definitely didn't have a problem. I was probably following them online myself. I thought, hey, they're on our team, good. That's how I kind of looked at it at the time. I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was a good thing.
I'm interested in hearing about what's happened to you since the events of January 6th. You told the vice chair that you no longer believe Trump's big lie about the election, but that's what brought you originally to Washington. Looking back on it now, how do you reflect on the role that you played in the crowd that day, and what is going on in your life?
Basically, I lost my job. Since this all happened, pretty much sold my house. So everything that happened with the charges, thank God, a lot of them did get dismissed because I was just holding my phone, but at the same time I was there. So it definitely, it changed my life, and not for the good, definitely not for the, for the better. Well, really all I could say.
President Trump is still promoting the big lie about the election. How does that make you feel?
It makes me mad because I was hanging on every word he was saying. Everything he was putting out, I was following it. If I was doing it, hundreds of thousands or millions of other people are doing it, or maybe even still doing it. Just like he just said about that, you got people still following and doing that. Who knows what the next election could come out? They could end up being down the same path we are right now. Just don't know.
Mr. Ayres, I see that your wife has joined you today, and welcome to Washington. We know this has been very difficult on you both and your family. What lessons, finally, do you want the American people to learn from the way you and your family have suffered as a result of these events?
Biggest thing is I consider myself a family man, and I love my country. And I don't think any one man is bigger than either one of those. I think that's what needs to be taken. People dive into the politics, and for me, I felt like I had, like horse blinders on. I was locked in the whole time. Biggest thing for me is take the blinders off, make sure you step back and see what's going on before it's too late.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony and for appearing, both of you, today. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Donald Trump sent out his tweet, he became the first president ever to call for a crowd to descend on the capital city to block the constitutional transfer of power. He set off an explosive chain reaction among his followers, but no one mobilized more quickly than the dangerous extremists that we've looked at today. Seizing upon his invitation to fight, they assembled their followers for an insurrectionary showdown against Congress and the vice president. On January 6th, Trump knew the crowd was angry. He knew the crowd was armed. He sent them to the Capitol anyway. You might imagine that our founders would have been shocked to learn that an American president would one day come to embrace and excuse political violence against our own institutions, or knowingly send an armed mob to attack the Capitol to usurp the will of the people. But you know, Mr. Chairman, the founders were pretty wise about certain things, and at the start of the Republic, they actually warned everyone about Donald Trump. Not by name, of course, but in the course of advising about the certain prospect that ambitious politicians would try to mobilize violent mobs to tear down our own institutions in service of their insatiable ambitions. In the very first Federalist paper, Alexander Hamilton observed that history teaches that opportunistic politicians who desire to rule at all costs will begin first as demagogues, pandering to the angry and malignant passions of the crowd, but then end up as tyrants, trampling the freedoms and the rights of the people. A violent insurrection to overturn an election is not an abstract thing, as we've heard. Hundreds of people were bloodied, injured, and wounded in the process, including more than 150 police officers, some of them sitting in this room today. I want to give you an update on one officer who was badly wounded in the attack and is well known to the members of this committee because he testified before us last year. Sergeant Aquilino Gunnell is an Army veteran who spent a year on active combat duty in the Iraq War and then 16 years on the Capitol Force. Nothing he ever saw in combat in Iraq, he has said, prepared him for the insurrection, where he was savagely beaten, punched, pushed, kicked, shoved, stomped, and sprayed with chemical irritants, along with other officers, by members of a mob carrying hammers, knives, batons, and police shields taken by force, and wielding the American flag against police officers is a dangerous weapon. Last month, on June 28th, Sergeant Gunnell's team of doctors told him that permanent injuries he has suffered to his left shoulder and right foot now make it impossible for him to continue as a police officer. He must leave policing for good and figure out the rest of his life. Sergeant Gunnell, we wish you and your family all the best. We are here for you. We salute you for your valor, your eloquence, and your beautiful commitment to America. I wonder what former President Trump would say to someone like Sergeant Gunnell, who must now go about remaking his life. I wonder if he could even understand what motivates a patriot like Sergeant Gunnell. In his inaugural address, Trump introduced one commanding image: American carnage. Although that turn of phrase explained little about our country before he took office, it turned out to be an excellent prophecy of what his rage would come to visit on our people. Mr. Ayres just described how the trust he placed in President Trump as a camp follower derailed his life and nearly wrecked his reputation and his family. A few weeks ago, we heard Shaye Moss and her mother, Ruby Freeman, Speaker Rusty Bowers from Arizona, and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger describe how hate-filled intimidation campaigns by Trump and his followers made them prisoners in their homes and drove their stress and anxiety to soaring new heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage, that's Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow the people's election and seize the presidency interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history, nearly toppled the constitutional order, and brutalized hundreds and hundreds of people. The Watergate break-in was like a Cub Scout meeting compared to this assault on our people and our institutions. Mr. Chairman, these hearings have been significant for us and for millions of Americans, and our hearing next week will be a profound moment of reckoning for America. But the crucial thing is the next step. What this committee, what all of us will do to fortify our democracy against coups, political violence, and campaigns to steal elections away from the people. Unlike Mr. Ayres and Mr. Van Tatenhove, people who have recovered and evolved from their descent into the hell of fanaticism, Donald Trump has only expanded his big lie to cover January 6th itself. He asserts the insurrection was the real election, and the election was the real insurrection. He says his mob greeted our police officers on January 6th with hugs and kisses. He threatens to take one of America's two major political parties with him down the road to authoritarianism, and it is Abraham Lincoln's party, no less. The political scientists tell us that authoritarian parties have two essential features in common in history and around the world. They do not accept the results of democratic elections when they lose, and they embrace political violence as legitimate. And the problem of incitement to political violence has only grown more serious in the internet age, as we have just heard. But this is not the problem of one party, it is the problem of the whole country now. American democracy, Mr. Chairman, is a precious inheritance, something rare in the history of the world and even on earth today. Constitutional democracy is the silver frame, as Lincoln put it, upon which the golden apple of freedom rests. We need to defend both our democracy and our freedom with everything we have and declare that this American carnage ends here and now. In a world of resurgent authoritarianism and racism and anti-Semitism, let's all hang tough for American democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of our first hearings, Chairman Thompson explained that the members of this committee would not spend much time talking about ourselves. Rather, we would let the evidence play the leading role. And the chairman was right, because this isn't about promoting ourselves as individuals, it's about protecting the country we love. And it's about preserving what actually makes America great: the rule of law, free and fair elections, and the peaceful transfer of power from one elected leader to the next. But if I may say a word about myself and why I'm proud to serve on this committee. I'm the only member of this committee who was not blessed to be born an American. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family and I fled a communist government and were rescued by the US Navy and were given sanctuary in America. My patriotism is rooted in my gratitude for America's grace and generosity. I love this country. On January 6th, 4 decades after my family fled a place where political power was seized through violence, I was in the United States Capitol, fleeing my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob had been lied to by a president and the other powerful people who tried to convince them without evidence that the election had been stolen from them. Some of them then tried to use physical violence to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election. Our committee's overriding objective is to fight fiction with facts, to create a full account for the American people and for the historical record, to tell the truth of what happened and why it happened, to make recommendations so it never happens again, to defend our democracy. To me, there's nothing more patriotic than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me put what you have seen today in a broader context. At the very outset of our hearings, we described several elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 election. Our hearings have now covered all but one of those elements: an organized campaign to persuade millions of Americans of a falsehood that the 2020 election was stolen by widespread fraud, a corrupt effort to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, an effort to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice, efforts to pressure state election officials and legislators to change state election results, a scheme to create and submit fake electoral slates from multiple states. And today, you saw how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington for January 6th, and then knowing that that mob was armed, directed that mob to the United States Capitol. Every one of these elements of the planning for January 6th is an independently serious matter. They were all ultimately focused on overturning the election, and they all have one other thing in common. Donald Trump participated in each substantially and personally. He oversaw or directed the activity of those involved. Next week, we will return to January 6th itself. As we have shown in prior hearings, Donald Trump and his legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, were working on January 6th to delay or halt Congress's counting of electoral votes. The mob attacking and invading the Capitol on that afternoon of January 6th was achieving that result. And for multiple hours, Donald Trump refused to intervene to stop it. He would not instruct the mob to leave or condemn the violence. He would not order them to evacuate the Capitol and disperse. The many pleas for help from Congress did no good. His staff insisted that President Trump call off the attack. He would not. Here are a few of the many things you will hear next week from Mr. Cipollone.
Is that right?
I was, and others were as well.
Was it necessary for you to continue to push for a statement directing people to leave all the way through that period of time until it was ultimately issued after?
I felt it was my obligation to continue to push for that, and others felt it was their obligation as well.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Yes, it would have been possible.
And you will hear that Donald Trump never picked up the phone that day to order his administration to help. This is not ambiguous. He did not call the military. His Secretary of Defense received no order. He did not call his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. Mike Pence did all of those things. Donald Trump did not. We will walk through the events of January 6th next week, minute by minute. And one more item. After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take any effort to influence witness testimony very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. In my opening, I mentioned how we look to our leaders to serve as a fail-safe if people in this country refuse to accept the results of an election. That's part of the way those in positions of public trust uphold their oath, how they show fidelity to the Constitution. In the run-up to January 6th, Donald Trump had an obligation to tell his supporters to accept the results of the election. Instead, he urged them to further along the path toward mob violence. The idea of mob violence makes me think of another sort of fail-safe. All across this country, there are different ideas about what role the federal government should play in our lives. In fact, up here on this dais, there are plenty of different ideas. But there are moments when the institutions of our federal government are the fail-safe. I am from a part of the country where, had it not been for the federal government and the Constitution, my parents and many more Americans like them would have continued to be treated as second-class citizens. The freedom to be able to vote without harassment, travel in relative safety, and dine and sleep where you choose is because we have a government that looks over the well-being of its citizens. This is especially important in moments of crisis. When we have a natural disaster that state governments can't handle on their own, when there's an emergency that requires action by our public health services or our military, we have a federal government. What happened on January 6, 2020 was another one of those moments in history that test the strength of our federal government. January 6th was an attack on our country. It was an attack on our democracy, on our Constitution. A sitting president with a violent mob trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. It still makes my blood boil to think of it. In a moment like that, what would you expect to see? You expect to see the President of the United States sitting behind a resolute desk in the Oval Office, assuring the American people that the attack would be repelled and the threat would be dealt with. You'd expect to be reassured that there was a fail-safe. Instead, the President of the United States sent the mob. He disregarded the advice of the people who had taken an oath to the Constitution. He oversaw a scheme aided by people whose loyalty was only to Donald Trump. There's nothing we can compare that to. There's nothing in our great nation's history that has ever come close to that sort of betrayal and dereliction. Thank goodness our system of government held in spite of a commander-in-chief who worked in opposition to what the Constitution designed. When this committee reconvenes, we'll tell the story of that supreme dereliction by the commander-in-chief, how close we came to a catastrophe for our democracy, and how we remain in serious danger. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted witnesses and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
The House Select Committee investigating the Capitol attack on January 6 has wrapped today's hearing following stark testimony from both the former Oath Keeper spokesman and also a man who broke into the Capitol on January 6th. They linked the rioters' actions with planning from far-right organizations and the former president and his team. Earlier today, we heard testimony about a December 18th Oval Office meeting that one witness described as unhinged. James Homan joins me, Libby Casey, here to talk about what we heard today. Our colleague Rhonda Colvin is in that hearing room and, as asked, is waiting until the witnesses leave to exit and join us. You know, James, we heard Jamie Raskin end his presentation today by talking about the wounds, both seen and unseen, some fatal, some permanent, that have been suffered by this series of decisions President Trump made and things that he did. Let's reflect on that for a moment.
Yeah, Libby, the committee connected the dots from the violence at the Capitol on January 6th that Officer Gunnell experienced back to Donald Trump himself.
Can I just say, James, I'm sorry, I just noticed that the shot moved away, but we just saw for a moment Stephen Ayres talking to the officers. There he is. So he's talking to Officer Hodges, who we saw, images of him being crushed by the attackers in the Capitol. Stephen Ayres, who's pled guilty to entering the Capitol, he said it wouldn't have gone way worse for him had he, been charged. He was facing more charges, but he was only holding a phone. He is yet to be sentenced. But I just want to acknowledge that moment because you see there two men who were on the opposite sides of that battle. For the Capitol, for American democracy, we now see Zoe Lofgren talking to him.
It's a powerful moment, and just to repeat what Jamie Raskin said a couple of minutes ago, Officer Gunnell, who we saw testify last summer during a hearing on the police response, he's not going to be able to be a police officer anymore. His left shoulder is so injured from being crushed by the mob in hand-to-hand combat that he said was worse than anything he saw in Iraq. described it as medieval. He's not going to be able to be a law enforcement officer anymore. And those two people, that human moment you just identified, it does humanize this whole tragedy. This wasn't just some constitutional principle, some legal theory. This was a very real flesh and blood fight for the soul of America. And the outcome wasn't necessarily preordained going into January 6th. And unlike a lot of things in American history, this is one of those situations that really does seem scarier and worse as more time passes. The more we learn about for example, one of the revelations this afternoon, that the Oath Keepers member Kelly Meggs called and spoke to the leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio, after Trump's tweet on December 19th to talk about coordinating on January 6th. Donald Trump called Stephen Miller at 9:52 a.m. on the morning of January 6th. They talked for 25 minutes, and Trump insisted on adding language pressuring and attacking Mike Pence by name before this mob. You heard Steve Bannon talk to Donald Trump before he went on his podcast to say, this will be wild. It's going to be crazier than anyone knows. Make sure to come on January 6th. You heard Julie Radford, who was Ivanka Trump's chief of staff, saying that Ivanka felt like she had to go to that January 6th rally, the so-called Stop the Steal rally, to calm Trump down. And then you saw the clip of Ivanka Trump saying she didn't recall that before her own chief of staff described it on video. So that's what I mean by connecting the dots. The committee pulled all of this very human drama back to the man who was in the Oval Office and really did summon the mob.
We're looking at images there of Officer Gunnell. He's the one with his head down in the blue suit jacket. He's flanked by other officers, Caroline Edwards, who we heard earlier testify, also Officer Hodges we talked about, and then Michael Fanone, who was with the Washington, D.C. Police Department. He has since left that and is a commentator on television. I mean, everyone's lives in these officer pool has been dramatically affected and changed in so many ways. I want to bring Hannah Alam into the conversation, national security reporter who focuses on extremism and domestic terrorism. She joins us from assignment right now in Oklahoma, but she's been covering the hearing today and following it. Hannah, what stood out for you today?
Yeah, hi there. I mean, there were a number of pretty big sort of political revelations and details we learned about this quote-unquote unhinged meeting in the Oval Office. But because I cover violent extremism, that was kind of the part I was listening for. Any updates on what this might tell us about the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers? There was less new on that front, but I do think the committee did a compelling job in showing the immediacy that a command from Donald Trump had on his most loyal followers, including all sorts of right-wing and far-right extremist groups that were mentioned at the hearing. And as we saw in the various responses that were played from, those extremist influencers, conspiracy theorists, Trump's tweet that January 6th was going to be wild, it wasn't received as, this is a promise of a good time, come on out and rally. I mean, it was received as a call to action and, as members of the committee have said, a call to arms. And so there were instantly these messages that we saw, played at the hearing that were described as openly homicidal. And I guess another thing that stood out and kind of struck me as a bit odd was the calling of the witness, Jason von Tatenhove. He's a former top spokesman of the Oath Keepers. He was a close aide to Stuart Rhodes, the founder, for several years. But, he left a long time ago. So he wasn't able to offer insight into any kind of planning or violence around January 6th. But he did say that was the kind of event that this group has long dreamed of, planned for, and trained for, something that would, maybe trigger a wider extremist revolt one day.
Let's talk more about that testimony from Jason Van Tatenhove. You have covered the Oath Keepers. You've interviewed him. Talk to us more about how his testimony fits into the broader picture of what the committee's trying to show.
I think he was able to show kind of the historical backdrop to the Oath Keepers, that, Stuart Rhodes had always had these designs of some kind of big, violent government, anti-government revolution, fancied himself as some sort of paramilitary leader, is what he said. I've interviewed several former Oath Keepers, including Jason Van Tatenhove, who said that Rhodes fancied himself as a sort of wannabe George Washington, was one of the descriptions used. And so, they're showing that this is exactly the kind of event that this group had, dreamed of and trained for, and that training looked familiar, the rhetoric was familiar, but he was not able to testify to anything directly linked to January 6th, just to kind of lay the backdrop to show the long march towards exactly that kind of event that we saw.
Hannah, can you give us a picture of the depth of right-wing extremism in America today? And also, is it increasing or decreasing since January 6, 2021?
And for a long time, predating the Trump years, right-wing and far-right groups have been pushing into the mainstream. But I think, extremism analysts agree that the Trump presidency really hastened that process and normalized a lot of groups and speech and ideologies that were once solidly, on the fringe. And, I was just interviewing extremism analysts today about talking about the hearings and this wider culture of political violence on the right. And, one of them was telling me that, more precise gerrymandering has created a more extremist electorate, and that Republican politicians are now pressured to veer right to stay competitive. And, we've certainly seen this struggle openly within the Republican Party, the extremist fringe kind of steamrolling moderates, taking aim at so-called rhinos, Republicans in name only, because of these competing visions of what the GOP should be. And certainly the analysts that I'm speaking with and interviewing are very concerned, and I would say nearly all of them predict that we'll see more political violence because of this dangerous mix of what they call deep polarization, the nasty political rhetoric, the spread of these violent right-wing ideologies into the mainstream, and then the easy availability of guns and other weapons. So quite a concerning time, especially, I guess, heading into the midterms. They've raised that as a potential flashpoint.
Hannah Alam, national security reporter focusing on extremism and domestic terrorism for the Washington Post. Thank you so much, Hannah. Really appreciate you joining us by phone. Let's go to James Hohman. James, it is alarming when you hear analysts and reporters like Hannah reflecting on what they are hearing from experts about extremism. We did hear a warning from the committee today about really where this goes from here.
Yeah. Well, the cliffhanger there at the end is pretty significant, with Liz Cheney basically accusing Donald Trump himself of witness tampering and saying that Trump called one of the witnesses that the committee hasn't rolled out publicly last week, and that witness, Cheney didn't say whether it was a he or a she, notified their lawyer who notified the committee, and she revealed that the January 6th committee has alerted and passed along that information to the Justice Department. We don't know if it's a formal criminal referral or how exactly they passed that information along, but that's a big deal. And this isn't like after Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, where it was an unidentified person who called her and said that person had heard from Mark Meadows that he appreciated her loyalty and hoped that she would continue to stay loyal. This is the former president himself, and this does get into murky, potentially criminal territory.
James, we heard a lot of regret from Stephen Ayres as he was talking about his role in attacking and storming the Capitol. We also saw, though, some regret and horror in some of the Trump team members. I want to show you this. This is former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale in private text messages reflecting the night of January 6th. Let's watch.
Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was."
James, what do you make of that?
It's really striking. I was just looking at the Federal Election Commission databases, and Trump's super PAC, the Save America PAC, pays Brad Parscale $10,000 a month. He's been paid more than $150,000 by Donald Trump since January 6th. So this is someone who's continued to be on the former president's payroll, despite clearly saying in this private message that he feels guilty for getting Trump elected in 2016. He was his digital guru, and I think we should take Brad Parscale at his word. But it really is kind of shocking, if not gross, that you have all these people who continue to be paid by Trump, who continue to give Trump advice to help him raise more money, but who privately acknowledge to other people in Trump's orbit that they are deeply uncomfortable with this. And this text message came from Katrina Pearson, not from Brad Parscale. And Katrina Pearson, a former Trump campaign spokeswoman in 2016, she said in another text message we saw today that Trump, quote, loves the crazies, to a Tea Party organizer who was helping set up that January 6th rally. And so it's a reflection of how much even sort of the hardcore Team Rudy types that are in Trump's orbit are uneasy with his conduct, but still defend it publicly.
Let's bring Rhonda Colvin into the conversation. Rhonda has been in that hearing room all day. Rhonda, talk to us about what it was like to be there in person, and get a sense of the weight of this testimony.
There was a lot there today, a lot. In fact, I believe this is one of their longer hearings. They had a lot of ground they covered. There was new information. We saw a complete tick-tock of the days leading up to the violence and the coordination and at what level that coordination was happening among these extremist groups. And of course, the two witnesses were able to give insight on that. For me, what was incredibly touching actually happened at the end, and it was while I was leaving the room to come to this position, I saw that Mr. Ayres, the man from Ohio who was one of the members of the mob and did breach the Capitol, he went over and hugged the line of officers who have been attending this hearing series. He went down the line. He started with an officer on the end, Officer Dunn, and he went down to Officer Gonell. And you're seeing these images. These are pictures that I took in the room. He went over to Caroline Edwards, who was a witness at the first hearing. She was an officer who is thought to be the first one who went down. She has brain trauma from that. Officer Gonell and Officer Dunn, they're two people I've been talking to about their experiences. And I texted Officer Gonell, as you see there on the screen. I texted him earlier during this hearing because I knew this might be somewhat a tough day to kind of relive this violence. And I asked him, is there anything that I could report on how you are feeling about today? And he texted back 2 words: he knew. And I felt that was so poignant because he's a veteran. He fought in the Middle East, and he has consistently said what he saw on the 6th was worse than his combat in the Middle East. And to know that the commander-in-chief, according to the evidence that has been laid out by this committee, knew what was going to happen and summoned this mob, imagine how that might feel to someone who fought for this country. So that moment at the end where you saw someone who was a part of the insurrection, part of the group, beating these men and women who are trying to protect the Capitol, go over to them and speak to them. I'm not sure what he said to them, but they all hugged him. So that was certainly a touching and very human moment to this hearing.
Rhonda, what else stands out to you in terms of building the case against President Trump and the people in his orbit, right? So not just sort of taking these two disparate events, Trump mad about the election results, blowing off steam on Twitter or whatever, and then people coming to the Capitol and attacking it. How did the committee work on making that link?
Well, they set up things in a chronological order. We learned of meetings that happened in December, the one that happened in the White House that became a shouting match between Sidney Powell and others who had wanted to spread these conspiracy theories to the former president, and those like Pat Cipollone who were trying to stop it. We heard about those details. We heard about other correspondence that happened that seemed to suggest the president had wanted the mob to march march to the Capitol, that was not something that just happened out of just impassioned feelings about overturning the election. It seems to have been orchestrated. That's something that the committee pointed to today, and they're doing it step by step. So it was more of a TikTok today in the events leading up to the 6th. And we know that their plans for next week's hearing is to look at the actual day itself and what Trump was doing. So they seem to be working in a very strategic way of trying to chart things bit by bit to show that it wasn't just one thing happened or another thing happened and got out of control. It all seemed to be a very linear chain of events that happened to bring the chaos and the violence here.
We heard in a presentation from Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy about a meeting that took place at the White House involving a number of lawmakers. James, what did we learn?
Well, Libby, we got some new information about who was in the meeting with Donald Trump where they were essentially conspiring, plotting on January 6th, the electoral effort, the kind of the effort on the floor of the House to fight the ratification of the electors. One name we learned today that we did not know before was in that meeting is Andy Harris, a Republican from sort of the eastern shore of Maryland. A lot of other people we didn't know about, like Brian Babin from Texas, was also in that meeting. We do know that Jim Jordan was there and was pushing hard on Pence. Mike Pence was in the meeting. Jim Jordan in line to become chairman of the House Judiciary Committee next year if Republicans win control of the House. Marjorie Taylor Greene was not even in Congress at that point. She'd been elected. She was also in this meeting. We know that Matt Gaetz, who was in the meeting, asked Trump for a pardon for all crimes that he may have ever committed. Basically, this was a list of, Louis Gohmert, Scott Perry from Pennsylvania, Paul Goskar and from Arizona, Jody Heiss from Georgia. This was a group of people who were actively working with the president, enabling him, and were trying to get traction after the electors had voted to reject as many of them as they could. And ultimately, they were pretty successful. A majority of House Republicans voted on January 6th to reject the votes from Arizona and from Pennsylvania, and a lot of it was based on this kind of meeting that the president had. It's another indication and really an illustration of the extent to which Donald Trump himself was really driving the train in the run-up to January 6th.
James, I want to play some testimony from a former Twitter employee. Now, their voice was masked to protect their identity. And in this clip, they're describing their reaction to tweets that were responding to Trump's tweets. Let's watch.
Also say what shocked me was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were a lot of the locked and loaded, stand back, stand by, those tweets were in response to Donald Trump saying things like this, right? So there would be a response that said, big protests in DC on January 6th, be there, be wild, and someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag in DC on January 6th for his supporters to come and rally.
James, we also heard that witness talk about how very concerned they were on that day, on January 6th. They talked about not sleeping, right? Anticipating what could happen. How does that factor into the broader picture that the committee is painting for us?
That this was not a spur of the moment incident. Even during the second impeachment trial, there was this sense that Trump had gotten carried away and had incited the mob. This is from his detractors, that everyone was sort of out of control, and that mobs can do crazy things. But what this committee is demonstrating with evidence from a lot of different perspectives is that Trump did intentionally summon the mob to Washington with that tweet on December 19th, with his various meetings, with conversations with intermediaries to these extremist groups, by using social media and various surrogates on conservative talk radio and YouTube channels and elsewhere, and that he brought these people to Washington on January 6th and really sicked them on the Capitol. And that shows a level of planning and coordination that even his harshest critics didn't fully appreciate last January.
And, James, there's the question of intention, but then there's also the question of knowledge of stopping the train, right? You see all these opportunities that today about when Trump could have really stopped things or pulled things back and opted not to. Something we'll hear more about, it sounds like, next week. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin for her closing thoughts as we round out this hearing today. Rhonda?
Well, I'm thinking back to that 7-part plan that we learned the committee wanted to stick to, showing that there was a coordinated effort for Donald Trump trying to steal the 2020 election. And this one part that they focused on today, which is extremism in this country, it dawned on me that this is the one part that's still enduring. There is still an issue with domestic extremism. It's something that the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have said is a growing threat in this country. And one of the remarks we heard from one of the witnesses today, the man who was the former spokesperson for the Oath Keepers, he put out a warning. He said that he is worried about the next election, and he is frankly surprised that there hasn't been more violence when it comes to anti-government sentiment. So this issue that was focused on today is still a broader issue, and you just have to wonder, what are our states, local officials, and Congress itself going to do about that issue, because it remains to be one.
All right, Rhonda Colvin, also James Hohman, and the rest of our colleagues, thank you so much to them for joining us. That's it for this 7th public hearing this summer from the January 6th Select Committee. And we heard from Vice Chair Liz Cheney that the committee does plan a hearing for next week focused on what Donald Trump himself did on January 6th. Now, the committee has not yet announced a date and time, so stay tuned to the Washington Post for more. Thank you for watching with our newsroom. I'm Libby Casey. Have a good evening.
Sometimes you have to see to believe and witness history as it unfolds. When the news is breaking, watch with the newsroom of the Washington Post. We explain what's happening and why it matters. Thank you for choosing to watch the headlines as they're being written by our journalists. You can subscribe with a special offer at washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing through that link lets everyone here, from the front lines to the control room, know that you care about our continued efforts to inform the public, protect the First Amendment, and foster a healthy democracy. We could not do this without you.
first as demagogues, pandering to the angry and malignant passions of the crowd, but then end up as tyrants, trampling the freedoms and the rights of the people. A violent insurrection to overturn an election is not an abstract thing, as we've heard. Hundreds of people were bloodied, injured, and wounded in the process, including more than 150 police officers, some of them sitting in this room today. I want to give you an update on one officer who was badly wounded in the attack and is well known to the members of this committee because he testified before us last year. Sergeant Aquilino Gunnell is an Army veteran who spent a year on active combat duty in the Iraq War and then 16 years on the Capitol Force. Nothing he ever saw in combat in Iraq, he has said, prepared him for the insurrection, where he was savagely beaten, punched, pushed, kicked, shoved, stomped, and sprayed with chemical irritants, along with other officers, by members of a mob carrying hammers, knives, batons, and police shields taken by force, and wielding the American flag against police officers is a dangerous weapon. Last month, on June 28th, Sergeant Gunnell's team of doctors told him that permanent injuries he has suffered to his left shoulder and right foot now make it impossible for him to continue as a police officer. He must leave policing for good and figure out the rest of his life. Sergeant Gunnell, we wish you and your family all the best. We are here for you. We salute you for your valor, your eloquence, and your beautiful commitment to America. I wonder what former President Trump would say to someone like Sergeant Gunnell, who must now go about remaking his life. I wonder if he could even understand what motivates a patriot like Sergeant Gunnell. In his inaugural address, Trump introduced one commanding image: American carnage. Although that turn of phrase explained little about our country before he took office, it turned out to be an excellent prophecy of what his rage would come to visit on our people. Mr. Ayres just described how the trust he placed in President Trump as a camp follower derailed his life and nearly wrecked his reputation and his family. A few weeks ago, we heard Shaye Moss and her mother, Ruby Freeman, Speaker Rusty Bowers from Arizona, and Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger describe how hate-filled intimidation campaigns by Trump and his followers made them prisoners in their homes and drove their stress and anxiety to soaring new heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage, that's Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow the people's election and seize the presidency interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history, nearly toppled the constitutional order, and brutalized hundreds and hundreds of people. The Watergate break-in was like a Cub Scout meeting compared to this assault on our people and our institutions. Mr. Chairman, these hearings have been significant for us and for millions of Americans, and our hearing next week will be a profound moment of reckoning for America. But the crucial thing is the next step. What this committee, what all of us will do to fortify our democracy against coups, political violence, and campaigns to steal elections away from the people. Unlike Mr. Ayres and Mr. Van Tatenhove, people who have recovered and evolved from their descent into the hell of fanaticism, Donald Trump has only expanded his big lie to cover January 6th itself. He asserts the insurrection was the real election, and the election was the real insurrection. He says his mob greeted our police officers on January 6th with hugs and kisses. He threatens to take one of America's two major political parties with him down the road to authoritarianism, and it is Abraham Lincoln's party, no less. The political scientists tell us that authoritarian parties have two essential features in common in history and around the world. They do not accept the results of democratic elections when they lose, and they embrace political violence as legitimate. And the problem of incitement to political violence has only grown more serious in the internet age, as we have just heard. But this is not the problem of one party, it is the problem of the whole country now. American democracy, Mr. Chairman, is a precious inheritance, something rare in the history of the world and even on earth today. Constitutional democracy is the silver frame, as Lincoln put it, upon which the golden apple of freedom rests. We need to defend both our democracy and our freedom with everything we have and declare that this American carnage ends here and now. In a world of resurgent authoritarianism and racism and anti-Semitism, let's all hang tough for American democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of our first hearings, Chairman Thompson explained that the members of this committee would not spend much time talking about ourselves. Rather, we would let the evidence play the leading role. And the chairman was right, because this isn't about promoting ourselves as individuals, it's about protecting the country we love. And it's about preserving what actually makes America great: the rule of law, free and fair elections, and the peaceful transfer of power from one elected leader to the next. But if I may say a word about myself and why I'm proud to serve on this committee. I'm the only member of this committee who was not blessed to be born an American. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family and I fled a communist government and were rescued by the US Navy and were given sanctuary in America. My patriotism is rooted in my gratitude for America's grace and generosity. I love this country. On January 6th, 4 decades after my family fled a place where political power was seized through violence, I was in the United States Capitol, fleeing my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob had been lied to by a president and the other powerful people who tried to convince them without evidence that the election had been stolen from them. Some of them then tried to use physical violence to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election. Our committee's overriding objective is to fight fiction with facts, to create a full account for the American people and for the historical record, to tell the truth of what happened and why it happened, to make recommendations so it never happens again, to defend our democracy. To me, there's nothing more patriotic than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me put what you have seen today in a broader context. At the very outset of our hearings, we described several elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 election. Our hearings have now covered all but one of those elements: an organized campaign to persuade millions of Americans of a falsehood that the 2020 election was stolen by widespread fraud, a corrupt effort to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, an effort to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice, efforts to pressure state election officials and legislators to change state election results, a scheme to create and submit fake electoral slates from multiple states. And today, you saw how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington for January 6th, and then, knowing that that mob was armed, directed that mob to the United States Capitol. Every one of these elements of the planning for January 6th is an independently serious matter. They were all ultimately focused on overturning the election, and they all have one other thing in common. Donald Trump participated in each substantially and personally. He oversaw or directed the activity of those involved. Next week, we will return to January 6th itself. As we have shown in prior hearings, Donald Trump and his legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, were working on January 6th to delay or halt Congress's counting of electoral votes. The mob attacking and invading the Capitol on that afternoon of January 6th was achieving that result. And for multiple hours, Donald Trump refused to intervene to stop it. He would not instruct the mob to leave or condemn the violence. He would not order them to evacuate the Capitol and disperse. The many pleas for help from Congress did no good. His staff insisted that President Trump call off the attack. He would not. Here are a few of the many things you will hear next week from Mr. Cipollone.
Was that right?
I was, and others were as well.
Okay. Was it necessary for you to continue to push for a statement directing people to leave all the way through that period of time until it was ultimately issued after?
I felt it was my obligation to continue to push for that, and others felt it was their obligation as well.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Yes, it would have been possible.
And you will hear that Donald Trump never picked up the phone that day to order his administration to help. This is not ambiguous. He did not call the military. His Secretary of Defense received no order. He did not call his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. Mike Pence did all of those things. Donald Trump did not. We will walk through the events of January 6th next week, minute by minute. And one more item. After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take any effort to influence witness testimony very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. In my opening, I mentioned how we look to our leaders to serve as a fail-safe if people in this country refuse to accept the results of an election. That's part of the way those in positions of public trust uphold their oath, how they show fidelity to the Constitution. In the run-up to January 6th, Donald Trump had an obligation to tell his supporters to accept the results of the election. Instead, he urged them to further along the path toward mob violence. The idea of mob violence makes me think of another sort of fail-safe. All across this country, there are different ideas about what role the federal government should play in our lives. In fact, up here on this dais, there are plenty of different ideas. But there are moments when the institutions of our federal government are the fail-safe. I am from a part of the country where, had it not been for the federal government and the Constitution, my parents and many more Americans like them would have continued to be treated as second-class citizens. The freedom to be able to vote without harassment, travel in relative safety, and dine and sleep where you choose is because we have a government that looks over the well-being of its citizens. This is especially important in moments of crisis. When we have a natural disaster that state governments can't handle on their own, when there's an emergency that requires action by our public health services or our military, we have a federal government. What happened on January 6, 2020 was another one of those moments in history that test the strength of our federal government. January 6th was an attack on our country. It was an attack on our democracy, on our Constitution. A sitting president with a violent mob trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. It still makes my blood boil to think of it. In a moment like that, what would you expect to see? You expect to see the President of the United States sitting behind a resolute desk in the Oval Office, assuring the American people that the attack would be repelled and the threat would be dealt with. You'd expect to be reassured that there was a fail-safe. Instead, the President of the United States sent the mob. He disregarded the advice of the people who had taken an oath to the Constitution. He oversaw a scheme aided by people whose loyalty was only to Donald Trump. There's nothing we can compare that to. There's nothing in our great nation's history that has ever come close to that sort of betrayal and dereliction. Thank goodness our system of government held in spite of a commander-in-chief who worked in opposition to what the Constitution designed. When this committee reconvenes, we'll tell the story of that supreme dereliction by the commander-in-chief, how close we came to a catastrophe for our democracy, and how we remain in serious danger. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted witnesses and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
And with that, Chairman Bennie Thompson does call attack on the U.S. Capitol. Today held a quickly scheduled hearing, its sixth this month, to present what it called new and urgent evidence about what former President Donald Trump knew and said before, during, and after the insurrection. Cassidy Hutchinson, a former aide to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, presented the most compelling and detailed account yet of the actions of the former president's inner circle. And she shared her own reaction as she watched the events of January 6th.
I remember feeling frustrated, disappointed, and really, it felt personal. I was really sad. As an American, I was disgusted. It was unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie.
Today was the first time Hutchinson publicly appeared before the committee, but she has spoken several other times behind closed doors. And in video from those depositions, Hutchinson explained that Trump knew some of the members of the crowd were armed with weapons because he grew frustrated about the Secret Service security procedures, detectors, making the crowd at his January 6th speech smaller than he wanted.
He wanted it full, and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Our congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins and White House correspondent Laura Barone-Lopez have been following the hearings today. They both join me now. Laura, let me begin with you. Cassidy Hutchinson, not a name we were familiar with, but she was at the center of so much what was going on in the White House, certainly had a lot of access. How did she fill in the timeline of what took place?
That's right, Judy. So Cassidy Hutchinson has worked for Republicans for a very long time, and she was in daily contact with her boss, Mark Meadows, as well as a lot of other senior White House officials throughout her time in the White House and leading up to January 6th. She testified that on multiple occasions there were warnings and raised concerns about threats of violence on that day. She said that she overheard Rudy Giuliani, President Trump's lawyer, talking about Proud Boys and Oath Keepers being present at the events that day. And then she also gave very important testimony about an exchange that she had with Pat Cipollone, White House counsel to President Trump. And in that exchange, Cipollone told Hutchinson on January 3rd that he was really worried about legal concerns that the White House could face if President Trump decided to go to the Capitol on January 6th. Making a movement that would be very logistically difficult. And he also warned her again on the morning of January 6th. Here's what Cipollone said to Hutchinson.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that you also spoke to Mr. Cipollone on the morning of the 6th as you were about to go to the rally on the Ellipse. And Mr. Cipollone said something to you like, make sure the movement to the Capitol does not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct. I saw Mr. Cipollone right before I walked out onto West Exec that morning, and Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
Now, that exchange that Hutchinson recalled was new. We had never heard that before. And also the specific crimes that Cipollone was talking about, he told Hutchinson that he thought that they could face obstruction of proceeding charges, as well as defrauding of electors charges. And still, despite all of those warnings, the president wanted to go to the Capitol and urged his staff to make it possible for him.
And Laura, Cassidy Hutchinson testified about how she traveled in the president's motorcade to the rally that was taking place on the morning of January 6th. And she also testified about the president's reaction when he learned that a number of the people at that rally or in that area were carrying weapons.
That's right. As you mentioned earlier, Judy, the president was really upset that his supporters were not being allowed into where his speech was at, which is the Ellipse, which is right outside of the White House. And it was because that they had weapons, they had knives, they had other, very dangerous paraphernalia on them. And the president said, let them through. They aren't going to hurt me, and that he was pretty much dismissing threats of a violence. Now, after his speech at that Stop the Steal rally with his supporters, the president then went to go get into his motorcade, into the vehicle that we call the Beast. And when he got in with Robert Engel, who was his top Secret Service agent that day, and he was under the impression that he was going to be able to go from that speech to the Capitol along with his supporters. And when he was told by Robert Engel that he was not going to be able to do that due to resources, here's how the president reacted.
The president had very strong, a very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel, and when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
Hutchinson was told that exchange about that episode in The Beast by Anthony Ornato, who was then Deputy Chief of Staff to the President. And she said that when she was told that when they returned to the White House, because again, she was in the motorcade with the president throughout the day when he went to the speech, when he came back to the White House from the speech. And she said that when she was told that Robert Engel was standing there in the room, again, that Secret Service agent with the president, and he did not refute anything that was said in that episode. And as the day went on, then rioters broke into the Capitol, which we all watched as they started to descend into the Senate. And Hutchinson said that at that point, she witnessed Pat Cipollone, White House counsel to the president, confront Mark Meadows, chief of staff, and that Cipollone was very concerned because we were starting to hear chants about hanging Vice President Mike Pence from the rioters that had descended on the Capitol. And here is what Cipollone said to Meadows.
I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, "Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung." And Mark had responded something to the effect of, "You heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong."
The big picture here, Judy, is that we've heard from Hutchinson's testimony time and again all of the warning signs and all of the concerns about what would happen on January 6th, and that the president appeared to be dismissing the threats of violence, not just to members of Congress, but also to his vice president.
And I'm going to have Lisa pick it up from here. Lisa, when it comes to the president's then chief of staff, Mark Meadows, we did learn more today about his role in all this.
That's right. A lot of names here, but central is Mark Meadows. And let's remind our viewers who we're talking about in his own history. Mark Meadows came to Congress as a member from North Carolina, and we can look at some of the associations in a graphic that we have here. There you go, Mark Meadows. He, in 2015, formed the Freedom Caucus with Congressman Jim Jordan. And then in 2020, he became the chief of staff to President Trump. Central figure, and what we heard described today in testimony, Judy, was a picture of a chief of staff who was not acting to the degree to which it almost seemed it was a passiveness that may have bordered on permissiveness of what was going on in the White House's Oval Office. On January 2nd in particular, Cassidy Hutchinson described a conversation with Rudy Giuliani. She was walking him out of the White House. He brought up plans for January 6th in a way that really got on her radar like never before. She walked back into the White House, and she was asked today, did she then talk to Mark Meadows, her boss, about what she heard from Giuliani? Here's her response.
I went back up to our office, and I found Mr. Meadows in his office on the couch. He was scrolling through his phone. I remember leaning against the doorway and saying, I had an interesting conversation with Rudy, Mark. It sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol. He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, there's a lot going on, Cass, but I don't know. Things might get real bad on January 6th. That evening was the first moment that I remember feeling scared and nervous for what could happen on January 6th.
Fast forward to January 6th, and Hutchinson says her boss, Mark Meadows, was unresponsive to her pleas to pay attention to what was going on at the Capitol. He wasn't even really concerned about Jim Jordan when she first brought that issue up. And then she recounted this moment when White House counsel Pat Cipollone reached out to Meadows to try and get him to get the president more involved. Here's that conversation.
The rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to go down and see the president now. And Mark looked up at him and said, he doesn't want to do anything, Pat. And Pat said something to the effect of, and very clearly had said this to Mark, something to the effect of, Mark, something needs to be done or people are going to die and the blood's going to be on your effing hands. This is getting out of control. I'm going down there.
Just extraordinary testimony. We also heard today that from Hutchinson that Meadows himself asked for a pardon. We, of course, reached out to Mr. Meadows' attorneys for a response to all of this. We have not heard back yet.
Lisa, there was literally one explosive disclosure after another. Anything else you would add that was noteworthy in the way of accusations, and how are the former president and the others around him responding to all this?
I will say some Republicans have reacted in texts with me, direct messages, with just a simple exclamation point. But it's important to point out that the president has, in fact, been responding today. Here are some of the quotes that he's put out on social media today. First, he said of Hutchinson, I hardly know who this person is. Of that limo anecdote, the idea that he reached out and assaulted a security aide, he said that's a fake story. And he also said there's no cross-examination for this so-called witnesses. This is a kangaroo court. And I should remind viewers, of course, that former President Trump in the past has disassociated himself, said he doesn't know people that we know he has been associated with in the past. So I want to add that piece of context. Now, overall, let's talk about all these accusations. Laura and I have presented a lot of reporting. It's easy to get lost in, but we wanted to summarize what we learned today overall. First, that President Trump knew about weapons here in Washington, D.C., and a chance for violence from the crowd as it was getting ready to go to the Capitol, and that he himself wanted to march into the Capitol with the crowd. The other accusation is that he assaulted the security chief sworn to protect him because he wanted to take over and get himself to the Capitol. And then another accusation, Judy, that's important, witness tampering. The committee said that they now have messages from Trump allies to witnesses saying that they are sure they will be loyal. That, of course, is also a potential federal crime. And I think with all of this, what we're seeing now is the committee kind of honing more and more evidence for criminal cases. That still remains in the hands of the Department of Justice, of course. And we also know more hearings are ahead. We don't know when.
That's right. They pointed to hearings upcoming, more information to be disclosed. Lisa Desjardins, Laura Barone Lopez, we thank you both. And joining me now to further unpack what we learned today are Andrea Bernstein. She is co-host of the Will Be Wild podcast, examining the events leading up to and through January 6th. She's also a regular NPR contributor. And Jamil Jaffer, he is a law professor at George Mason University and a former associate counsel to President George W. Bush. Welcome to both of you. There were so many disclosures and bits of new information today. It's hard to know even where to begin, but as you look at it all, Andrea Bernstein, what is standing out the most to you?
Well, I think what we began to see today was a connection between Trump and the violent activity that happened on January 6th. So what we've known so far is that he pressured his Justice Department to try to overturn state electors, that he pressured Mike Pence, that he pressured state legislators and state local officials. But what we heard today was a knowledge of President Trump that people in the crowd before him had weapons, flagpoles tipped with spear, body armor, pepper spray, bear spray, that they couldn't get in to see him because they didn't want to lay down their weapons. And that even with that, he went up in front of them and said, fight like hell, we're going to go to the Capitol, I'll be there with you. Now, one of the things we learned today is at that time he really did believe he was going to the Capitol until his Secret Service team didn't let him go. But I think what's emerging is a sense that this violence was understood by the president. The White House had warnings of violence. Rudy Giuliani was saying as early as January 2nd that something was going to happen on January 6th. So what this does is it moves us closer to the question of, was President Trump, what did he know about the planned violence? We don't know all of it, but we know that he knew that there was a weaponized, riled up crowd and that he himself was extremely riled up when he made that speech on the ellipse on January 6th.
And Jamil Jaffer, what about for you? What is standing out the most for you?
Yeah, I think, Judy, Andrew is exactly right. The idea that the president knew the crowd was armed, was not worried that they were going to target him, that they were going to threaten him, but that instead we're actually going to threaten the Capitol and we're going to planning on marching to the Capitol, and that he was supportive of that and called upon them to do that, I think is pretty shocking direct evidence. And then on top of that, you add the fact that after the fact, when Pat Cipollone comes into the Oval Office with Mark Meadows, and they leave and they're discussing what happened in the Oval, and Mark Meadows is saying to Cipollone, look, the president thinks Mike Pence deserves this, with the chance of saying, hang Mike Pence, he thinks he deserves it. And that these people, who have stormed the Capitol, are doing nothing wrong. I mean, that is not the kind of behavior you expect from any president at all. And it's just shocking to me that you don't see more congressional Republicans today running fast away from Donald Trump, because it is just shocking and astounding what we heard today.
Well, speaking of that, Andrea Bernstein, how surprising is it that a number of White House key people, including Pat Cipollone, were concerned in the hours and the days leading up to January 6th about what happened?
Well, I think we've had some inkling of this. We know, for example, that Pat Cipollone was one of the people who didn't want Trump to replace his acting attorney general with another acting attorney general. So there's been an indication that there was concern around the White House. I think what was different today is we had this direct testimony from a White House aide, a young woman coming before this committee. I mean, most of the witnesses have been older men. And there she is, and she is saying, under oath, and obviously lying to Congress is a felony. And she went up there and she spoke the truth. And we saw people like former General Mike Flynn, who had been convicted of lying to the FBI previously before Trump pardoned him, taking the Fifth Amendment and not even answering the question about whether he thought blocking the peaceful transfer of power was a crime. So that contrast was stark today, and I think having that eyewitness testimony really took us further into understanding what was going on in the White House up to and on January 6th.
It was such a sharp contrast. You're absolutely right. Jamil Jaffer, what about in terms of evidence or information we heard today that is legally incriminating for the president, former president?
Well, look, I think that we've always long known that as a legal matter, there are some real challenges bringing a case against a former president, particularly about issues relating to politics and elections and the like. This would be a difficult case to make. It would run the Justice Department into the problems of being accused of being political. So I think it's hard to do. I do think what's interesting is what happened right at the end of the hearing, where you had Trump world people calling potential witnesses before Congress and saying, hey, look, the president knows you're loyal. He's thinking of you today. I mean, this is something you'd see literally in, Goodfellas or Casino. It's straight out of a Mafia Don movie. And that actually may be actionable, right? Maybe not the actions of the president, but potentially the actions of his aides who said these things, and maybe all the way up to the president, just like you'd work up to a mafia boss threatening witnesses before Congress. That is a crime, and that is something a referral could be made on, and that may be the place that Congress goes. I think it's going to be a lot harder for them to get some of these other charges they've been talking about against the president, these obstruction, these conspiracy charges, much more difficult to prove, particularly in the context of an ongoing election and a sitting president at the time.
What about that, Andrea Bernstein? I know you talked to a number of people around this. What are you hearing in terms of whether the president could now be in serious legal jeopardy? The former president could be in serious legal jeopardy.
His own White House counsel thought he was going to be in serious legal jeopardy if he went to the Capitol, and he warned specifically, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, that the president could be charged with obstruction of an official proceeding, fraud, or inciting a riot. Now, that is if the president went to the Capitol, but it is quite stark that the White House lawyer told the president that the White House lawyer warned the chief of staff the president could have blood on his hands. So that isn't me speaking. That is the man who, in the president's first impeachment, essentially blocked all witness participation coming from the White House. So this is somebody who was very loyal to Trump, who was saying these things at the end of the day. So I think that there is concern there. And then I think at the very end of the hearing, the sort of dramatic finale was when Representative Cheney asked Cassidy Hutchinson whether Meadows asked for a pardon, and she said, yes, he did. And that was the sort of then the curtain dropped on her testimony, and that leaves a very strong sense that he thought he'd done something wrong. And I think, now we have this break in the hearings, presumably, unless they call us back, and that is left ringing in the air for, all of us to hear, but the Justice Department to think about as well, as I think whether to bring charges against the president and or people around him.
And just a very quick answer from you, Jamil Jaffer, on the fact that some of what Cassidy Hutchinson testified today was hearsay. It was what she heard other people describing. How does that hold up compared to what she personally witnessed?
I mean, look, certainly it was hearsay. She was describing what other people said, but at the end of the day, she was a fact witness to a lot of what happened. She saw a lot of what happened. She heard the president speak. At the end of the day, there are going to be other witnesses called. Unless they refute what Cassidy Hutchinson has said, I think this story sticks, and it's a real problem for the president and for any Republicans that seek to back the president in a further election or the like.
Jamil Jaffer, Andrea Bernstein, we thank you both.
Thank you.
The Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol is scheduled to hold a hearing tomorrow focused on the role that extremist groups played that day. This as the Senate gears up for a busy, high-stakes July. Our political correspondent Lisa Desjardins has more on the latest developments. So hello, Lisa. I know you've been following us, so tell us, where are we in terms of these hearings? What are they going to be focusing on? Where are we overall in terms of the subject matter? And when does it look as if they're going to try to finish?
Right. These are the good questions we're all asking. Tomorrow's hearing is the 7th hearing for the January 6th Select Committee, and we did at one point expect this week to be the final week for a while. However, that's changing even as we speak. I'm going to come back to that. First, let's talk about tomorrow, what we're going to be hearing from the committee. The focus so far has been on Trump and what he's done, his direct actions. Tomorrow, Judy, we're going to hear more about white nationalist groups and their ties to those around former President Trump when he was in the White House. In particular, a meeting in December that preceded former President Trump tweeting out that invitation to come to the rally on January 6th. We're going to hear probably about advisors like Roger Stone and their ties that the committee will try to make two white nationalist group like the Proud Boys, who we know were at the Capitol and have now been arrested for their role in the riot there. One other thing, we're waiting to see what happens with Pat Cipollone, the former attorney, the counsel for President Trump when he was in the White House. He testified behind closed doors for 8 hours on Friday. Now, my reporting is that he does not want to participate in a public hearing. We do not expect to see him this week. We may hear some of his hearing tomorrow, but I think the committee is going to wait to have more of that hearing further ahead. And that's why we're going to have more hearings next week. There will only be one hearing this week tomorrow. The committee says it's getting more information, and some of my sources say that is why the committee is going to have another hearing next week. We don't know exactly when these hearings will end.
And so, Lisa, what is known about former President Trump's close ally, Steve Bannon? Do we think he's going to be testifying?
Right. As you reported at the very beginning of the show, we now know that Steve Bannon is set for trial on contempt of Congress in 1 week. Those in Congress and on the committee say it's no coincidence that all of a sudden now he wants to cooperate. They think he's a last-ditch effort to try and save himself from trial. And also they believe that this is a sign that the committee is doing its work and President Trump and his allies want to respond more publicly. We don't know yet because the committee has not frankly decided, is my reporting, exactly how they're going to handle this. But here's what one of the committee members, Zoe Lofgren, said on television Sunday about the idea of questioning Steve Bannon.
We got the letter around midnight from his lawyer saying that he would testify, and we have wanted him to testify. So the committee, of course, has not yet had a chance to discuss it, but I expect that we will be hearing from him, and there are many questions that we have for him.
One last thing to keep in mind, Judy, whether he talks to the committee or not, it doesn't affect the criminal charges necessarily. He already rejected the original subpoena. That's something the committee might bring up.
Lisa Desjardins watching it all very closely. Thank you, Lisa.
key facts, including that virtually everyone close to President Trump, his Justice Department officials, his White House advisors, his White House counsel, his campaign, all told him the 2020 election was not stolen. This appears to have changed the strategy for defending Donald Trump. Now the argument seems to be that President Trump was manipulated by others outside the administration, that he was persuaded to ignore his closest advisors, and that he was incapable of telling right from wrong. This new strategy is to try to blame only John Eastman or Sidney Powell or Congressman Scott Perry or others, and not President Trump. In this version, the president was, quote, poorly served by these outside advisors. The strategy is to blame people his advisors called, quote, the crazies for what Donald Trump did. This, of course, is nonsense. President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices. As our investigation has shown, Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American. And he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information in an attack on January 6th. As you watch our hearing today, I would urge you to keep your eye on two specific points. First, you will see evidence that Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew that they lacked actual evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to prove that the election was actually stolen. They knew it, but they went ahead with January 6th anyway. And second, consider how millions of Americans were persuaded to believe what Donald Trump's closest advisors in his administration did not. These Americans did not have access to the truth like Donald Trump did. They put their faith and their trust in Donald Trump. They wanted to believe in him. They wanted to fight for their country, and he deceived them. For millions of Americans, that may be painful to accept, but it is true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that then President Donald Trump lost in a free and fair election. And yet, President Trump insisted that his loss was due to fraud in the election process, rather than to the democratic will of the voters. The president continued to make this claim despite being told again and again by the courts, by the Justice Department, by his campaign officials, and by some of his closest advisors that the evidence did not support this assertion. This was the big lie, and millions of Americans were deceived by it. Too many of our fellow citizens still believe it to this day. It's corrosive to our country and damaging to our democracy. As our committee has shown in prior hearings, following the election, President Trump relentlessly pursued multiple interlocking lines of effort, all with a single goal: to remain in power despite having lost. The lines of effort were aimed at his loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, at state election and elected officials, and at the U.S. Department of Justice. The president pressured the vice president to obstruct the process to certify the election result. He demanded that state officials find him enough votes to overturn the election outcome in that state, and he pressed the Department of Justice to find widespread evidence of fraud. When justice officials told the president that such evidence did not exist, the president urged them to simply declare that the election was corrupt. On December 14th, the Electoral College met to officially confirm that Joe Biden would be the next president. The evidence shows that once this occurred, President Trump and those who were willing to aid and abet him turned their attention to the joint session of Congress scheduled for January 6th, at which the vice president would preside. In their warped view, this ceremonial event was the next, and perhaps the last, inflection point that could be used to reverse the outcome of the election before Mr. Biden's inauguration. As President Trump put it, the vice president and enough members of Congress simply needed to summon the courage to act. To help them find that courage, the president called for backup. Early in the morning of December 19th, the president sent out a tweet urging his followers to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. "Be there, we'll be wild," the president wrote. As my colleague, Mr. Raskin, will describe in detail, this tweet served as a call to action, and in some cases as a call to arms for many of President Trump's most loyal supporters. It's clear the president intended the assembled crowd on the January 6th to serve his goal. And as you've already seen, and as you will see again today, some of those who were coming had specific plans. The president's goal was to stay in power for a second term despite losing the election. The assembled crowd was one of the tools to achieve that goal. And in today's hearing, we will focus on events that took place in the final weeks leading up to January 6th, starting in mid-December. And we'll add color and context to evidence you've already heard about, and we'll also provide additional new evidence. For example, you'll hear about meetings in which the president entertained extreme measures designed to help him stay in power, like the seizure of voting machines. We will show some of the coordination that occurred between the White House and members of Congress as it relates to January 6th. And some of these members of Congress would later seek pardons. We will also examine some of the planning for the January 6th protests, placing special emphasis on one rally planner's concerns about the potential violence. And we will describe some of the president's key actions on the evening of January 5th and the morning of January 6th, including how the president edited and ad-libbed his speech that morning at the Ellipse, directed the crowd to march to the Capitol, and spoke off script in a way that further inflamed an already angry crowd. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. 4 days after the electors met across the country and made Joe Biden the president-elect, Donald Trump was still trying to find a way to hang on to the presidency. On Friday, December 18th, his team of outside advisors paid him a surprise visit in the White House that would quickly become the stuff of legend. The meeting has been called unhinged, not normal, and the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency. The outside lawyers who'd been involved in dozens of failed lawsuits had lots of theories supporting the big lie, but no evidence to support it. As we will see, however, they brought to the White House a draft executive order that they had prepared for President Trump to further his ends. Specifically, they proposed the immediate mass seizure of state election machines by the U.S. military. The meeting ended after midnight with apparent rejection of that idea. In the wee hours of December 19th, dissatisfied with his options, Donald Trump decided to call for a large and wild crowd on Wednesday, January 6th, the day when Congress would meet to certify the electoral votes. Never before in American history had a president called for a crowd to come contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to influence, delay, or obstruct the joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. As we'll see, Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters, especially the dangerous extremists and the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and other racist and white nationalist groups spoiling for a fight against the government. 3 rings of interwoven attack were now operating towards January 6th. On the inside ring, Trump continued trying to work to overturn the election by getting Mike Pence to abandon his oath of office as vice president and assert the unilateral power to reject electoral votes. This would have been a fundamental and unprecedented breach of the Constitution that would promise Trump multiple ways of staying in office. Meanwhile, in the middle ring, members of domestic violent extremist groups created an alliance, both online and in person, to coordinate a massive effort to storm, invade, and occupy the Capitol. By placing a target on the joint session of Congress, Trump had mobilized these groups around a common goal, emboldening them, strengthening their working relationships, and helping build their numbers. Finally, in the outer ring, on January 6th, there assembled a large and angry crowd, the political force that Trump considered both the touchstone and the measure of his political power. Here were thousands of enraged Trump followers thoroughly convinced by the big lie, who traveled from across the country to join Trump's wild rally to stop the steal. With the proper incitement by political leaders and the proper instigation from the extremists, many members of this crowd could be led to storm the Capitol, confront the vice president in Congress, and try to overturn the 2020 election result. All of these efforts would converge and explode on January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, as you know better than any other member of this committee from the wrenching struggle for voting rights in your beloved Mississippi, the problem of politicians whipping up mob violence to destroy fair elections is the oldest domestic enemy of constitutional democracy in America. Abraham Lincoln knew it too. In 1837, a racist mob in Alton, Illinois, broke into the offices of an abolitionist newspaper and killed its editor, Elijah Lovejoy. Lincoln wrote a speech in which he said that no transatlantic military giant could ever crush us as a nation, even with all of the fortunes in the world. But if downfall ever comes to America, he said, we ourselves would be its author and finisher. If racist mobs are encouraged by politicians to rampage and terrorize, Lincoln said, they will violate the rights of other citizens and quickly destroy the bonds of social trust necessary for democracy to work. Mobs and demagogues will put us on a path to political tyranny, Lincoln said. As we'll see today, this very old problem has returned with new ferocity today as a president who lost an election deployed a mob which included dangerous extremists to attack the constitutional system of election and the peaceful transfer of power. And as we'll see, the creation of the internet and social media has given today's tyrants tools of propaganda and disinformation that yesterday's despots could only have dreamed of. I yield back to the gentle lady from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Article 2 of the United States Constitution establishes the Electoral College. Each state's laws provide that electors are to be chosen by a popular vote. And on December 14th, 2020, electors met in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to cast their votes. Joseph Biden won by a margin of 306 to 232. The election was over. Mr. Biden was the president-elect. Before the Electoral College met, Donald Trump and his allies filed dozens of legal challenges to the election, but they lost over and over again, including in front of multiple judges President Trump had nominated to the bench. In many of these cases, the judges were highly critical of the arguments put forward, explaining that no genuine evidence of widespread fraud had been presented. For example, a federal judge in Pennsylvania said, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its sixth most populated state." On December 15th, after the Electoral College certified the outcome, the Republican majority leader in the Senate acknowledged Mr. Biden's victory.
Yesterday, electors met in all 50 states. So as of this morning, our country has officially a president-elect and a vice president-elect. Many millions of us had hoped the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January the 20th. The Electoral College has spoken. So today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden.
Even members of President Trump's cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Jean Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
As you've seen in prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. You'll see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipollone told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipollone, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan, of Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims, that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in a particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipollone also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
Did you believe, Mr. Cipollone, that the president should concede once you made the determination based on the investigations that you credited DOJ did and the campaign did? Did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipollone also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your view that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point I left. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office and caught up with me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his associates had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would...
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct.
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures, and to create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud, sufficient. Fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion? It's fair to say that I agreed with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the president said something like, well, we could get to the bottom. Some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department seized the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and I'm not going to seize any machines. And that was that. Yeah.
But this wasn't the end of the matter. On the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the president's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately, but it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should be appointed to anything.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipollone again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached the conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this, on a broader scale, a bad idea for the country?
To have the federal government seize voting machines, that's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority to do that. And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, I don't understand why we even have to tell you why that's a bad idea for the country. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipollone told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, that to me is sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims, and people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence, okay?
It wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bennie, on December 28, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Carrick did not mince any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Carrick wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Carrick and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign.
There's some very, very general documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges as far as saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner. But it was, to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election fraud. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but
right
from his aides before the crowd came running?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that
feed record.
I got a call either from Molly or Hirschman that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized, okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the Overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice, and so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claiming the Democrats were working with Yugoslavs, Venezuelans, and whomever else. Diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate?
Sure.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like, chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues, where's the evidence?
A variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something like, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
But Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt? Even the ones we appointed? And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipollone, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you get people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm going to categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back. I had to come over, or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Yellow Oval? They call it the Yellow Oval?
Yes, exactly, the Yellow Oval office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight. Here are text messages sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting. As you can see, Ms. Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke up after midnight during the early morning of December 19. Cassidy Hutchinson captured the moment of Mark Meadows escorting Rudy Giuliani off the White House grounds to, quote, make sure he didn't wander back into the mansion. Certain accounts of this meeting indicate that President Trump actually granted Ms. Powell's security clearance and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipollone if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipollone said yes. And then the president said, okay, I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up, was when Cipollone and or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here is how Pat Cipollone described it.
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed to. Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view when I left the meeting, but she may have a different view and others may have a different view and the president may have a different view.
Were any steps taken, including the president himself, telling her she'd been appointed?
Again, I'm not going to get into what the president said in the meeting. My recollection is you're not appointed till steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said or said he wanted.
Mr. Cipollone, when the matter continued to flare up over the next several days, was it your understanding that Sidney Powell was still seeking an appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
Now that you mention it, probably both. In terms of I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to, get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation. In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their permit to January 6th, 2 weeks before. This rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually speak. The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of Trump supporters, registered wildprotest.com, named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation to Washington, D.C.
Good evening, I'm Judy Woodruff. On the NewsHour tonight, the hearings continue. The committee investigating the Capitol insurrection focuses on connections between the violence perpetrated by the mob and former President Trump.
The president, got everybody riled up, told everybody head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
Then the massacre's aftermath. New video shows inaction by dozens of police officers in Uvalde, Texas, despite the shooting rampage that had just taken place. And a window into the cosmos. NASA releases stunning new photos from the Webb Space Telescope, including never-before-seen nebulas and galaxies. All that and more on tonight's PBS NewsHour.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
For 25 years, Consumer Cellular has been offering no-contract wireless plans designed to help people do more of what they like. Our U.S.-based customer service team can help find a plan that fits you. To learn more, visit consumercellular.tv.
And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions, and friends of the NewsHour, including Kathy and Paul Anderson, and Camilla and George Smith.
The John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, fostering informed and engaged communities. More at kf.org.
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
The January 6th committee hearing this afternoon, the 7th public meeting, ended with a dramatic revelation. Vice Chair Liz Cheney said former President Trump recently called a witness the committee was talking to, an action the committee referred to the Department of Justice as potential witness tampering. Over the course of 3 hours, the committee also laid out in detail a series of events leading up to the insurrection on January 6th. That began weeks earlier in a mid-December White House meeting that one former aide called unhinged, as allies of then-President Trump repeated baseless claims about election fraud and urged action to overturn the results. Later that night, Mr. Trump sent a tweet that one committee member called a call to arms for his supporters. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild, he wrote. As the committee showed, supporters of the former president, including members of a far-right militia group, heeded his call. One person even predicted a red wedding. That's a pop culture reference to a massacre on January 6th. Jason Van Tatenhove, a former spokesman for the Oath Keepers, drew the connection and concern for the future.
If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point.
Representative Stephanie Murphy of Florida read from a text exchange between two Trump campaign advisors, including one-time campaign manager Brad Parscale, who, after the events of January 6th, blamed his former boss.
Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was."
And for more on what we learned from the hearing, I'm joined by our congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins, and White House correspondent, Laura Barone-Lopez. Good evening to both of you. Lisa, you were in the hearing room. Let's start by talking about that dramatic confrontation inside the White House. It was December 2020. It was all about whether and how to overturn the election. Tell us more.
We are now at the point, Judy, where the committee is going chronologically right up to January 6th. And this important moment happened in the middle of December after the Attorney General had already said there was no reason to believe there was fraud worth overturning the election, already had dismissed what the president, then Trump, had been saying. So let's take you inside who was in this meeting. 4 people in particular in this meeting were surprise guests to many of the staffers in the White House. Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney at different times. And there you also see 3 other people, including Michael Flynn, former security advisor, but then he did not have a position at the White House. There you also see all of the people there who were advising him. Sidney Powell included them, and then Patrick Byrne on the end, who is the CEO of Overstock.com. Those 4 people, the testimony today was that it wasn't clear they actually had been invited to the White House. They somehow at the last minute were able to get into the Oval Office. They all presented, the testimony today said, conspiracy theories that ran the gamut, pushing the president even to do things like declare martial law, to seize election machines, those kinds of things. Also coming into the Oval Office during this meeting then were actual White House staffers. There you see some of them who were involved. Eric Hirschman, the attorney, the staff secretary, Lyons. You see Mark Meadows, chief of staff in and out, and the president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. Cipollone, they were pushing back at the 4 others in what was described in an extensive montage of bites as a very hostile confrontation. Let's listen to how they played it out in the hearing today.
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like chit-chatting.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, you got people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm going to categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
That was essentially a battle for the soul of the White House. As that hours-long meeting ran on and on, after it ended, Judy, around 1:42 in the morning, came the tweet that you talked about earlier tonight. That idea, the president asking for people to come to January 6th for a wild protest. That tweet was sent out right after that contentious meeting.
And Lisa, the committee is charging that the president did more than just send out that tweet about a wild protest. What more are they saying?
That's right. As you get closer to January 6th, here's some more of what the committee said. Steve Bannon, the president's advisor, longtime advisor, was on the phone with the president. They said White House call logs showed the morning of January 5th. Now, also on January 5th, I want to remind viewers what Steve Bannon said on his broadcast show. Listen to this quote.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
So Steve Bannon had spoken with President Trump before he made that statement. He spoke with President Trump again that evening. Also, the evening of January 5th, the committee wanted to point out there was a rally down the street from the White House, one that some of the advisors of President Trump was full of the crazies, people that had extreme views. There you see video that we saw in the hearing today. Also, testimony we heard was that President Trump opened the doors of the Oval Office to try and hear that rally from where he sat. So again, leading up to January 6th, the very day before, you have his advisors talking to him and talking about sort of an extreme day ahead on the 6th.
And Lisa, we know there were two witnesses today, one of them a member of or former member, I should say, of this extremist white nationalist group, the Oath Keepers, the other one, someone who took part in the Capitol attack.
That's right. You played that concern earlier from the former member of the Oath Keepers, who was not present at the Capitol on January 6th. He wasn't with the group then. But he said this was, in fact, not just a militia group, but a violent militia group. Then we heard from another man, Stephen Ayres. He's from Ohio. He said he was watching social media leading up to January 6th, and he believed that the election was stolen. He says he no longer sees it that way. But the committee asked him exactly why he did what he did on January 6th, and here's what he said.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. He said in his speech, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I believed it.
And Mr. Ayres is yet to be sentenced. He'll be sentenced in September. To that question of whether the president wanted a riotous crowd to come to the Capitol, the committee today is trying to make the case, it seems, that this was not unintentional passions that he inflamed, but something very intentional. I want to also call up, if we can, a draft tweet that the committee says it uncovered from that group of advisors who wanted things like martial law. And they said this tweet shows that the president signed off. This was never sent out, but something that the President Trump himself saw, claiming before the January 6th rally, asking people to march to the Capitol. So the case they're trying to make in the committee here is that, in fact, this was an intentional march on the Capitol that President Trump wanted to lead. One other note, Judy, this was actually an emotional day, I think, for some of the Capitol police officers who were in there today. They did shake hands. One of the officers shake hands with Mr. Ayres, with the Oath Keeper. Talking to them afterward, they said that their lives are forever changed by January 6th. Those men have lives that have been changed as well. One of the officers, Harry Dunn, told me, and I saw the look in his eye, Judy, when he looked across at the man who had broken into the Capitol and attacked him and other officers who had broken into the Capitol. Harry Dunn said, "I'm not sure what I felt, but it might have been anger. I'm still processing." So it was an emotional day, certainly at the end of that hearing.
Certainly had to be for them. And quickly, I want to bring in our White House correspondent, Laura Barone Lopez. So, Laura, how does what we learned today fit into this larger picture that the committee's pulling together of what President Trump did and any potential criminal charges against him?
Those two things that Lisa just mentioned, the draft tweet that the president saw, as well as testimony from Stephen Ayres saying that he was just following former President Trump's lead and then that was the reason he was there, that could potentially inform, if the Justice Department decides to charge the former president, it could inform an obstruction of congressional proceedings charge. Now, that's because that would potentially prove that the president was trying to stop the lawful certification of the 2020 vote. Another one that was revealed today was that Congresswoman Liz Cheney said that since the last hearing, the president tried to call a witness, which we have not heard from yet, and that they have referred that to the Justice Department as potential witness tampering. She said that the committee takes that very seriously. So that could potentially be another charge. But again, we don't know if the Justice Department is going to pursue this. Now, one important piece of context here, as the hearings are happening, as these talk of potential charges against the former president, is that President Trump, just as recently as June, said that he would, if elected again, pardon these January 6 rioters, people involved in the insurrection, because he believes that they are patriots. And Congressman Jamie Raskin said to the public that that potential for Republicans and that the Republican Party, along with Trump, to continue down the road of authoritarianism could be a big problem. One final thing is that NewsHour can report that a week from Thursday, we expect what is going to be the final hearing in this series. There is the potential for more hearings, and it's going to be focused specifically on the 187 minutes of when President Trump was not putting out any statements as the insurrection was ongoing.
So these hearings are continuing. Laura Barone-Lopez, Lisa Desjardins, we thank you both. And for more analysis of today's hearing, I am here with Mary McCord, Director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection and a former Justice Department official, and Jamil Jaffer. He's a law professor at George Mason University and former Associate Counsel to President George W. Bush. Hello to both of you. Thank you for being with us tonight and during our special coverage today. Jamil Jaffer, I want to come to you first because, again, so much of this evidence, as we've just been hearing from our own correspondents today, was around former President Trump, his role, what he heard, what he did, and what he didn't do. He remains at the center of everything we are hearing.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Judy. What's clear is the president understood what was likely to happen. He was clearly talking to folks outside the White House in the lead up to the events that happened on January 6th, including ostensibly either he or people around him were telling the organizers that there would be a call that they weren't supposed to talk about, but there was going to be a call to march on the Capitol. That was something that they tweeted about internally. We now know was disclosed to them early on. And so the president, what appeared to have originally been a sort of moment that would have happened, spontaneously, turns out to have been a planned moment. The president, or at least the people around the president, knew that was going to happen. And there were other really interesting and revealing points to today's testimony.
Yeah, there was so much to look at. And Mary McCord, I mean, as you look at this, you see, again, just a cascading set of pieces of evidence, of information that add up to a president who was looking for affirmation for what he believed and what he wanted to do.
That's right. And I think one of the other really revealing things was, and you know, the excerpts you played earlier at the top of the hour focused on this December 18th really heated meeting where his own White House advisors basically said, we're not going to support you doing any of these things that Sidney Powell and Michael Flynn and Rudy Giuliani were suggesting that he could do. He should do. They just went to the mat, and it resulted in yelling and shouting, and they refused. And it seems like then he reached a decision point, which was, okay, I'm not going to get any help from my White House advisors. I'm going to go to the people. And he tweeted, you know, that early morning, be there, be wild. And that was the calling card for extremist groups such as the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, the 3%ers, and individuals like Stephen Ayres and so many people who'd been just, you know, and Stephen Ayres said this, who had been addicted to his social media, reading everything that President Trump had ever said about a fraudulent election and what others were saying, all of which were lies and which he now knows were lies.
And as we were watching this unfold in real time, Jamil Jaffer, we had no idea what was going on, or very little idea what was going on inside the White House. I know there was certainly reporting at the same time, but we're now learning that there were a number of people around the president who were saying to him and talking to each other about what was happening was wrong. It was illegal.
Right. No, that's exactly right. I mean, Pat Cipollone, now it's clear, made clear to the president that he didn't think he was getting good advice, that these folks around the president, Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, this Overstock.com CEO, who Cipollone didn't even know and asked him who he was in this meeting in the White House, the Oval Office. I mean, you know, by the way, it's worth noting that when I was in the Bush administration, there was no chance that you would have had three random people in the Oval with the president, you know, with no supervision, no White House staff. I mean, it's completely crazy. And the idea that the president was getting legal advice from these folks, is catastrophic, as Pat Cipollone rightly pointed out. And, you know, look, he made clear to the president he did not agree with this advice, that was bad advice. And then you go further and you look at what he told Mark Meadows and said, look, people are going to get hurt, and I'm not going to allow this to go forward. If you recall Cassie Hutchinson's testimony. And so it's clear that, you know, that the president was aware that there were concerns in the White House. John Ratcliffe, his DNI, said the same thing. And so, nobody can doubt today. No Republican, no Democrat can doubt today. The president knew what the potential was to happen, and he acted and went forward nonetheless, knowing all that. And that's the really troubling thing about what we've learned over the last few weeks about Donald Trump and the January 6th events.
And an additional point I think that emerged today, Mayor McCord, and this is something you follow, is the role that these extremist groups play, the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys. You were saying to us earlier that when you look at the bigger picture of what happened, the former president was using them to achieve an end.
He was, and they were very willingly being used to the Oath Keepers. Now, some of the people I think, unaffiliated with extremist organizations really did get used and lied to and then left hung out to dry. I mean, they're facing the consequences, criminal charges, loss of their jobs, loss of their reputations. But groups like the Oath Keepers, this is the kind of thing that Stuart Rhodes and other leaders of extremist organizations have wanted for years. They're anti-government organizations. They're willing to use violence against the U.S. government. They've done it in the past. As Jason Van Tatenhove explained today, a former propagandist for the Oath Keepers, they faced off against federal agents back in Bunkerville, Nevada in 2014, and federal agents backed away, because they had firearms, they were in the sights of snipers on overpasses. But here was a chance to actually bring these groups together, coalesce with people in President Trump's orbit who wanted to use that, who were willing, and Trump himself willing, to use these types of means to maintain his illegitimate power. And I think, those of us who study some of these organizations have been really trying to point out for years their potential, their dangerousness. And it was really there in living color, and hearing, from a former spokesperson, I think gives us an insight that we don't normally get. And I hope people will really understand that these are threats and they need to be addressed.
And it certainly need to be taken very, very seriously. Jamil Jaffer, just quickly, another data point today, which adds to the evidence we've already seen that former President Trump, in that tweet that he drafted about after the rally, you'll be going to the Capitol, it wasn't sent, but it does signal what was in the former president's mind at that time.
No, that's exactly right, Judy. It was clear. Now we know the president was thinking about sending a tweet like that. We know that the people around him told the rally organizers the president is going to send people to the Capitol. Don't tell anyone. Keep it on the down low. But that's what's going to happen. So that whole thing that looks spontaneous clearly was planned ahead of time. And then you add on what the president said to Cassie Hutchinson. I know they have weapons. I don't care. Send them through the mags. They're not here to attack me. They're going to the Capitol. We now know what the president knew before he called on those people to go to the Capitol, and we know the aftermath of what happened, Judy.
And just quickly, Mary McCord, I mean, it adds up to what you've just been saying, that when you think about the potential lethality of these groups and the former president knowing that, and then he still was engaging them and urging them to move ahead.
That's right. And it goes back to, the famous stand back and stand by, the comment he made during a presidential debate directed to the Proud Boys, who immediately recruited based on that and merchandised and made money based on that. And so, I think we really have to look to the future too, and we have to look abroad. In other countries, it was the willingness of politicians to ally with dangerous private militias that has caused, real collapses in democracies, or the inability to develop into democracies and authoritarianism. And so, the prospect in the future, Representative Raskin mentioned, and Jason, it's real.
Sobering lessons from all of this. Mary McCord, Jamil Jaffer, thank you both.
Thank you.
In the day's other news, Ukraine's military said it destroyed a Russian ammunition depot in the east, possibly with a rocket system supplied by the U.S. The overnight attack triggered a spectacular blast outside Kherson. That city is occupied by the Russians. At the same time, Russian forces captured more towns in eastern Ukraine. The U.S. military says it has killed the leader of the Islamic State group in Syria. Central Command says that Maher al-Ghal died in a drone strike today outside Jindaris near the border with Turkey. He is said to be a top 5 leader in ISIS, responsible for developing networks outside Iraq and Syria. On the pandemic, U.S. health officials issued new warnings today as Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5 spread rapidly. Hospital admissions have doubled since early May. And Dr. Anthony Fauci advised against waiting for a variant-specific vaccine due this fall.
The threat to you is now. If you are not vaccinated to the fullest, namely you have not gotten your boosters according to what the recommendation are, then you're putting yourself at an increased risk that you could mitigate against by getting vaccinated.
The subvariants are highly transmissible, but officials say that the vaccines can prevent severe illness. The president of Mexico called today for transformational policies along the U.S.-Mexico border. Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador met with President Biden at the White House. He said bold economic development efforts are needed to curb illegal border crossings. In May, U.S. immigration arrests hit record highs along the border. Meanwhile, First Lady Jill Biden apologized for a botched compliment about Latinos. It happened Monday during a speech in San Antonio. Mrs. Biden said the Latino community is, quote, as distinct as the bodegas in the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos in San Antonio. Today, the First Lady's office said she meant to convey admiration and not disrespect. The U.S. Senate confirmed Steve Dettelbach today as director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. The vote was 48-46 to give the agency its first permanent director since 2015. Dettelbach is a former federal prosecutor. He has pledged to tackle gun violence as the nation reels from a series of high-profile attacks. Bail reform advocates in Detroit agreed today to a legal settlement aimed at reducing racial inequality. The American Civil Liberties Union and others had sued. They cited longstanding complaints over jailing mostly black defendants who can't pay court-imposed cash bail.
The cash bail system was originally intended to ensure that a person returns to court to face the charges against them. But instead, throughout Michigan and the nation, it has morphed into mass incarceration of the poor.
Under the settlement, judges have to specify why cash bail is needed and whether a defendant can afford to pay. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland named Colette Peters today to lead the Federal Bureau of Prisons. The agency has been criticized over inadequate pandemic measures and allegations of corruption. Peters currently runs the state prison system in Oregon. On Wall Street today, stocks retreated again as oil prices and tech shares led the way lower. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 192 points to close at 30,981. The Nasdaq fell 107 points, that's 1%. The S&P 500 also slipped 1%. This year's Emmy nominees for entertainment TV are in, and the HBO drama Succession leads with 25 nominations. Squid Game is the first non-English language series nominated for Best Drama, and The White Lotus leads all comedy offerings with 20 nominations. The awards will be handed out in September. And the Library of Congress has named Ada Limon to be the 24th U.S. Poet Laureate. She has received widespread acclaim and won numerous awards, especially for the collection Bright Dead Things. She begins her one-year term on September 29th. Still to come on the NewsHour, new video shows inaction by dozens of police officers in Uvalde, Texas, despite the shooting rampage. The president faces criticism for his trip to the Middle East. And NASA releases new photos from the Webb Space Telescope, including never-before-seen nebulas and galaxies.
This is the PBS NewsHour from WETA Studios in Washington and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
It's been 7 weeks since a gunman opened fire inside Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, killing 19 children and 2 teachers. As William Brangham reports, new surveillance footage out today sheds light on what happened inside the school on that tragic day. And a warning, some viewers may find this material disturbing.
Judy, it is still an open question why it took officers such a long period of time to confront the shooter inside the school. This 4-minute video compilation was released by the Austin American-Statesman. It was compiled from over 70 minutes of footage. The video shows the shooter entering the school, going down a hallway where he then shot over 100 rounds into 2 classrooms. 3 minutes later, the first officers arrive, armed and in bulletproof vests. They're shot at and pull back. Within about half an hour, dozens of officers with long guns and shields take up positions in the hallway. Later, more shots are heard from down the hall. 77 minutes in, law enforcement enters the classroom and kill the gunman. Investigative reporter Tony Plahetsky is of the Austin American-Statesman. He acquired this never-before-seen footage. Tony, great to have you back on the NewsHour. I wonder, this is such a striking document of what we've all been wondering is what had actually happened in there. What stands out the most to you from this video?
I think, first of all, just the image of a man walking so casually into an elementary school in our country carrying an AR-15. Certainly, there has been much conversation and much reporting about the law enforcement response, but I think that this video really highlights that whatever happened that day began with that man and an AR-15 walking into that school. But there are other striking moments as well, including a small child who apparently is exiting the bathroom and peeks around the corner and sees the gunman walking down the hall, and then the sound of gunfire, and he runs back into the bathroom. But then again, just watching the law enforcement officers in that hallway, as yet more and more assault rifles are brought to the hallway, as more protective equipment arrives, as tear gas canisters arrive. Experts say that they had more than enough, many minutes before they went into that school, more than enough equipment and firepower to take on this gunman.
That delayed response has been blamed on the school district police chief. But this video does show that there were local, state, and federal agencies all amassed in that hallway. This seems to undercut some of the argument of blaming just one agency. And do we have any better sense of why it took them so long, where that chain of command fell apart?
Well, certainly, William, investigators and the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety has described this as a failure of law enforcement and not singling out one particular agency. Keep in mind, and the video certainly substantiates this, and that is there were law enforcement officers from the local community there in Uvalde, as well as state police and federal agents there as well. We know that ultimately it was a team led by the Border Patrol that breached that classroom door at 12:50. Keep in mind the gunman entered the school at 11:33 in the morning.
Yes, this seems to sort of, again, knock down the idea that the shooter was no longer a threat. We heard shots after all the police were inside there, that this was still an active shooter and not a shooter who was barricaded and didn't need to be confronted.
Well, and not only that, William, it's also very much worth noting as part of this that there were repeated 911 calls as well from children and adults alike, asking for help, describing the extent of their injuries. And yet again, so much time elapsed before we know that they ultimately breached that classroom door, really going against what experts resoundingly say is the way law enforcement should handle these types of situations.
And we know, lastly, that parents and members of that community have wanted to see this video and to understand what happened much better. We know there was a rally in town on Sunday night where many people expressed a real sense of distrust about the police. This seems like this is only going to confound that concern.
Certainly, there have been many calls for increased transparency among the families of the victims of what happened that terrible day. And frankly, that helped drive our decision to publish and air this video as we have done today.
Tony Plahetsky of the Austin American-Statesman, again, thank you so much for your superb reporting.
Thank you.
Tonight, President Biden is departing for his first trip to the Middle East as president. It is delicate diplomacy for an administration that has pledged to put human rights first, but is also balancing Middle East realities, especially in Saudi Arabia. That is where the president will spend Friday and Saturday. Tomorrow, he will be in Jerusalem, and that's where Nick Schifrin begins our coverage.
It's a city holy to three religions, but this week they raised three colors, the red, white, and blue. They rolled out the red carpet and buffed the busts at the Israeli president's house, and they called out the cavalry ahead of President Biden's arrival. Israel and the U.S. want to focus on defense. Israel, the U.S., and regional Arab militaries are working together on air defense using Israeli technology, including the still-in-production Iron Dome lasers. They're designed to combat common enemy Iran and its own advancing missile technology. It's also an outgrowth of the Trump administration's efforts to normalize Arab-Israeli relations. What Biden will not announce, changes to Trump administration policies, including the closure of the U.S.'s Jerusalem consulate that focused on Palestinian affairs and declaring Jewish settlements on the occupied West Bank not a violation of international law.
He is coming as an extension of Trump's policies rather than as an antidote.
Hanan Ashrawi has been a Palestinian leader for decades.
He's acting on the basis that you can ignore the Palestinians, you can weaken the Palestinians, you can bash them into submission, you can give them a few handouts and symbolic gestures, and they lie down and die quietly.
President Biden will announce support for a hospital network in East Jerusalem and for the two-state solution.
President Biden and his advisors talk about how they believe in the two-state solution. Do you think, you laugh, do you think that's real?
Look, there is a real disconnect between the verbal level and reality on the ground. It's not enough to say we believe in the two-state solution. Israel has systematically destroyed the two-state solution by attempting to destroy the Palestinian state. We want not these empty words, not hollow promises. We want to see action that says we are serious.
For acting Israeli Prime Minister Yair Lapid, the visit is about looking beyond the Palestinians.
From Jerusalem, President Biden will fly to Saudi Arabia. He will carry with him a message of peace and hope from us.
The Saudi visit acknowledges Middle East reality. These days, the region's pomp and circumstance is often reserved for Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He's known as MBS, and the 36-year-old's been on a regional tour as the man who will be king. He's been trying to modernize the kingdom under his Vision 2030, giving women more rights and curbing religious extremists. But U.S. officials also believe he is the source of the kingdom's crackdown on its critics. U.S. officials told PBS NewsHour he's believed to have personally blessed the 2018 murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi inside Saudi Arabia's Istanbul consulate. The following year, candidate Biden promised punishment.
We were going to, in fact, make them pay the price and make them, in fact, the pariah that they are. Human rights will be the center of our foreign policy.
Despite those words and warnings, the administration says now is the time to visit Saudi Arabia to discuss the truce that's currently holding in Yemen and to increase oil production.
America's values, human rights, are a strategic interest of the United States. So is energy security. So is stopping terrorism. So is seeking peace in a place like Yemen.
But that's not good enough for the kingdom's critics.
MBS and the Saudi regime is going to take this as a green light that they can commit abuses without any accountability.
Arij al-Sadnan is an American citizen whose brother Abdel Rahman is also an American. He was working as a humanitarian in Saudi Arabia when he was arrested in 2018. He's been sentenced to 20 years in prison.
He got held in a secret prison and brutally tortured and he was denied completely any communication with us. All of that because he dared to criticize in an anonymous account the abuses and the repression that is happening in the country.
Saudi Arabia has launched reforms that MBS says are meant to, quote, bolster the principles of justice, enforce transparency, and protect human rights. Mohammed bin Salman's defenders say that he's a modernizer, that Vision 2030 will remake the country.
I would say actions speak louder than words. It has been even becoming more abusive than before. It is imprisoning people, torturing people, disappearing people.
And Al-Sadnan says she and her family have faced online death threats. And so why are you willing to do this interview and speak out?
Staying silent to me is a lot more risky than actually speaking up. If I stay silent and I get targeted, I'll be murdered in silence, and nobody knows about my case, nobody knows about my brother's case. But at least if they're going to come after me and murder me, at least right now I'm known, my brother's case is known.
Despite those worries and requests by Saudi activists to President Biden he not travel to the kingdom, U.S. officials say that it is vital right now to talk to Saudi officials about furthering Saudi-Israeli cooperation and Israeli integration into the larger region. Judy.
And Nick, you've learned what concrete announcements we should expect from this trip.
Yeah, so senior Israeli official tells me tonight that the Prime Minister of Israel and the President will sign a strategic understanding document laying out where the two countries will go in the coming years. As we reported in the story, there will be that humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians announced by President Biden. And also, independent analysts who've been briefed by U.S. officials say that Saudi Arabia will allow overflights from Israel over the territory of Saudi Arabia and direct flights for Israeli Muslims during the Hajj to Saudi Arabia. Judy.
Nick Schifrin reporting on this trip from Jerusalem. Thank you, Nick. And again, later this week, President Biden will visit Saudi Arabia, a country, as we just heard, he labeled a pariah during his campaign. Amna Nawaz picks up the conversation from there.
That's right, Judy. For more on President Biden's trip and whether it's in America's interest for him to go to Saudi Arabia, we get two views. James Jeffrey had a 35-year career in the Foreign Service and served as U.S. ambassador to Iraq and Turkey. He is now at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. That's a think tank. Dalia Dasa-Kay is a senior fellow at the University of California, Los Angeles' Burkle Center for International Relations. She has written widely about the Middle East. Welcome to you both. Thank you for joining us tonight. Dalia Dasa-Kay, I want to begin with you. You have said President Biden's decision to visit Saudi Arabia is a mistake. It never should have been planned. Explain to me why.
Yeah, well, I think the dilemma is that the president clearly has compromised on U.S. values and actually interest in accountable partners. And the likelihood is he's not likely to get many significant strategic gains from this visit. As your piece set up, this is a leadership now in Saudi Arabia believed to be responsible for the murder of a Washington Post journalist, is continuing to repress dissidents both inside the country and abroad, including U.S. citizens, and launched a catastrophic war in Yemen. So if you're going to make Saudi Arabia the centerpiece of your foreign policy, it's, I think, fair to ask, what are we going to get in return from a U.S. perspective? It's not clear the Saudis are going to be able, even if they're willing, given the tight oil market, to significantly increase oil output to affect oil prices at the pump. Israeli normalization with the Saudis, which is shaping up to be a big centerpiece of this trip, is normalization is happening even without a presidential visit, and it doesn't look like a major breakthrough, despite these modest symbolic gains, is in the offing. And finally, the idea of using this visit to kind of turn regional partners away from global competitors like China and Russia is also a little bit unrealistic. These partners are quite invested in these relationships. We've seen this most recently in our regional partners' unwillingness to confront Putin and join in international sanctions against Russia.
Allow me to bring in Ambassador Jeffrey here. It is a striking 180, Ambassador, from pariah to a presidential visit. Doesn't this visit help rehabilitate Saudi Arabia on the world stage?
It certainly emphasizes not just Saudi Arabia, but the importance of the whole region. Let me emphasize, he's not just going to Saudi Arabia. He's going to Israel. He'll meet with the Palestinian leadership. He'll meet with all of the Gulf states, Iraq, Jordanian and Egyptian leaders. There's a purpose to this, as he laid out in the Washington Post. It's to help integrate the region, to preserve security, to advance stability, and most importantly, as he said, to promote U.S. interests. We're facing an existential threat from China and Russia worldwide and in the Middle East by their partner, particularly Russia's partner, Iran. He's trying to build up a by, with, and through with the countries of the region to deal with these threats. They won't deal 100% with them, but they're better on our side than against us. And as far as human rights go, the biggest human rights threat in the world today is emanating from Russia and China, because their totalitarian systems have the capability of threatening all of us if we don't find a way to mobilize the globe against them. And that's what he's doing in the Middle East right now.
Ambassador, if I may, was it necessary for him to go to secure some of those things, as you're talking about, to work towards those goals, to secure some of the steps that Nick Schifrin just reported they will be announcing? I mean, these are all things that the U.S. could be working on. The presidential visit brings with it a level of prestige and credibility. Did he have to go?
Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind, from everything I've learned since the 1970s in this region, personal relationships, and underlying that friendships and trust, even with people we perhaps not like to have a drink with in the evening, is absolutely important if you want them to be predictable, if you want them to move on the margins. And Dahlia is right, it's only going to be on the margins to help us when we're in a crunch. That's what he is doing. This is an investment in a regional security architecture. It doesn't promise immediate great benefits, but it's moving us in the right direction after 20 years of being in the various wrong directions in the Middle East, I fear.
Dahlia, what about that? You know, Mohammed bin Salman is 36 years old. He is clearly in line. He's not going anywhere. Is this visit just an acknowledgement that they're resigned to that fact? This is someone they have to work with?
Yeah, absolutely. Saudi Arabia is an important country. You're going to have to work with it. The question, though, is what you raised earlier, which is why did it have to be a presidential visit, choosing Saudi Arabia as the first country in the Arab world to visit with this track record and frankly, policies that have really contradicted and undermined U.S. interests in a variety of arenas. It's a different region than it was decades ago. So I think that's really the question. Was this the best way to do it? And did we miss an opportunity? Did the president perhaps miss an opportunity to promote this positive vision that I think the ambassador is outlining here? It is important to have a regional vision. Is he missing an opportunity to promote a more positive agenda that isn't going back to kind of old standard policies of military relationships with authoritarian dictators, which are not bringing stability and peace to the region? And I'm afraid that's the direction this trip is headed.
Ambassador Jeffrey, I'll give you the last word here in about the minute and a half we have left. Dahlia mentions this human rights record as well. We know Saudi Arabia carries out mass executions. We know there's been very little accountability for the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. Can the Biden administration continue to say their foreign policy is centered on human rights after this visit?
Again, it depends on what he says to the Crown Prince when he's there and what the Crown Prince does in his country afterwards. I think that's an issue we have to wait on. But I have to underline, this is not a choice between geostrategic security on the one hand and human rights on the other. If we do not get partners and allies throughout the world to work closely with us, we're not going to stop the Russians in Ukraine. We're not going to stop the Chinese in the South China Sea or in Taiwan. And we're not going to stop the Iranians continuing to essentially ruin countries as they have Lebanon contributed to in Yemen, Syria, and potentially Iraq. That's the fear that the people of the region see. That's why they're turning to President Biden. And everyone in the region is delighted he's coming out there, minus the Iranians.
Dahlia, what about that regional note, as Ambassador Jeffrey just mentioned, and the potential normalization ahead for Israeli-Saudi relations?
Well, look, normalization is good, but I think we need to understand that without dealing with the festering Palestinian conflict, there will not ever be true peace and stability in the region, least of all for Palestinians and Israelis themselves. And in terms of the anti-Iran front, I think we also have to understand, yes, many states are looking for U.S. engagement, but are also concerned that they will be in the crosshair and be targeted by Iran with too active of an anti-Iranian stance. This is not a monolithic region. There are different viewpoints. So it's going to be a long struggle for that. So we do need to think about the balance of what we are risking here. And we have American forces in the region vulnerable to Iranian attacks and groups aligned with Iran. So this trip carries risks as well as some questions about what gains we're getting.
It's a big trip we'll be following for sure. Ambassador Jim Jeffrey, Dalia Dasa-Kay, thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
NASA shared new revelations today from the James Webb Telescope, the largest space observatory ever made. The incredible images capture distant galaxies, new stars and planets, and the farthest look into the birth of the cosmos ever recorded. Our science correspondent Miles O'Brien is here to break it all down. So hello, Miles. Tell us what it is about this James Webb Telescope that enables it to see farther in distance and further in time than the Hubble could.
Well, Judy, it has a much bigger mirror. It's 21 feet in diameter. The Hubble's is about 6 feet, so it can gather up a lot more light. The other thing is it looks in the infrared part of the spectrum. And because of the nature of the expansion of the universe, when you want to see the most distant things, they all live in the infrared part of the spectrum. And so it is seeing things that Hubble literally cannot. And already it's exciting.
So the first spectacular image, Miles, was released yesterday by the White House. Tell us more about that one.
Well, it's called a deep field. It's a time exposure on what seems to be just a dark piece of void. But look at this. Thousands of galaxies we've never seen before. Took them about 12 and a half hours to get this time exposure. Hubble, to do a similar shot, it took 10 days plus. So this is the deepest we've ever seen into space in the infrared, and astronomers are astounded by the detail.
The detail, and we could look at these pictures all day, but as you remind us, it's not just about the pictures.
Yeah, the scientists are interested in the data too. Look at this exoplanet, which orbits around a star called WASP 96b. Using the spectroscopy instrument, they were able to identify water and clouds and haze. And while Webb is not designed to find exoplanets, it may help us find at least the constituent parts for life, although it's not a life finder itself.
And another thing you were telling us, Miles, is this new telescope is able to capture stars as they're being born and as they are dying. Explain what that's all about.
Yeah, it's kind of like dust to dust. Let's start with the Southern Ring Nebula. This is a dying planetary nebula, a dying star. And when you look at it, you can see ever so faintly a second star, which astronomers had not previously seen before. The infrared, in addition to looking